Good afternoon, mech techs, mech warriors, and nobles in hiding. It is Thursday. We are back. Let's go over to IntelliJ. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Just need to turn my headphones down a little bit. There we go. People have been talking in chat about what their favorite mechs are, and I mentioned, of course, that my favorite mech is, in fact, the Hunchback 2C standard loadout. No fancy lasers. Just need 2 Ultra AC-20s, and one beautiful day, all 4 shots will connect. And that is a day I can quit MegaMek, I can quit MekHQ, I can quit BattleTech because I will have won. Nothing is going to beat the day that I hit all 4 AC-20s. It looks like Psychatic, welcome to the chat, has lost their TV remote. I see Steak the Dogs joined us recently, and I know I saw Feistman in there earlier. Welcome, everybody. Glad you could join me. I don't have a lot to talk about today, so we're going to mostly skip the preamble and get straight into the juice. Version 51.0 is just around the corner. Let me grab some water. Yeah, 51.0 is just around the corner. If we were under the old system, now would be when I'd be telling you to start ending your old contracts. But of course, that no longer matters. You don't have to end a contract before you move on to the next, because we live in the brighter days. We're no longer living in darkness and despair like we used to. But what are we doing? Well, right now, I'm in the middle of merging some changes because I got some conflicts in one of the PRs I was doing. So I'm going to show you how that works. First off screen, I went ahead and synced main. So this now matches the current version that's in development. And I've got the Veterancy Award fix. Now, all this fix is doing is I realized that there was a couple of bugs with Veterancy Awards that could make certain characters eligible for rewards that they weren't entitled to. And some characters rarely could miss out on Veterancy Awards that they were entitled to. So we're just going to go ahead and merge that in. So we just right click on main, hit merge, and this is just going to transfer it across. Now it should then, here we are, come up with a little message saying, hey, there's conflicts, help. And all it's doing is just asking what the hell do I want to do with these conflicts. So I'm going to merge in, so I can accept mine, which basically says my changes takes a precedent, ignore what's in main right now and just use mine. I can also use accept theirs, which basically just means my version is out of date. I just want to use the changes in main. Or what I'll mostly be doing here is hitting merge. And that means we're going to go into and manually tell IntelliJ which changes to keep, which changes to lose. Psychatic asks, what's the math behind the company generator? I have no idea. I did not create the company generator, and it's a pain in the ass to work with, so I don't really have any answers. What's the math behind the company generator? There's a lot of math. So first things first, we can just merge across all the benign changes. These are changes that appear in both that don't have conflicts. They're not conflicting each other. Then we just go ahead and merge over. So it looks like we're getting rid of random skill preferences, but we can leave that in. That's not going to cause any problems. And unfortunately, that is literally it. So this is just basically what you do. You just go, this is what main wants. This is what I want. What should I have in the middle? And then if I click apply, it's going to apply all the changes that are in the middle and ignore mine and main's. Next time I'll have one that's a little bit more interesting for you. But then all I need to do is just right click, push, send the changes, and then I'm going to head over to Discord, which I very helpfully closed. So I'm going to need to reopen Discord, and I'm just going to send a quick DM to Hammer telling him that they've been updated so that he can merge them into 51.0. Well, that's message sent to Hammer. I can now close them again. Huzzah. Okay, so I can't really answer company generator questions. Psychatic, you're better off asking on the Discord, just because nobody really knows how the company generator works, because the developer hasn't been on the project for about 6 years and they didn't leave documentation. The 18 times D6 is probably 18 times D6, so 18 times 1 to 6. Steak the Dog, thank you for the follow, and glad you're enjoying the stream. And anybody who's just joining us recently or listening on YouTube, feel free to give us a follow if you're on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe and the bell button and all the other jazzy stuff. Oh, I think I understand Psychatic's question now. I believe it will be 18 times D6, then multiplied by 1,000,000, most likely. But again, it's not my code. I am not a fan of the company generator. I'll leave it at that. So that's the best answer I can give you. If you want a more detailed response, you're probably going to need to check out the Discord and ask on there. All right, so I've got hair mouth. Bandit, my cat, was being an absolute demon. Yeah. 1 second. Was being an absolute little monkey before stream today. He was like desperately trying to get my lunch, which was a toasted cheese and ham sandwich, and it was delicious. But he desperately wanted my toasted cheese sandwich. So he was getting all up in my business. He was trying to snatch off my plate. He was trying to eat my desk dinosaur again, which for some reason he is determined to bite the head off my Diplodocus desk dino. And yeah, it got his hairs all in my coffee and everything. And apparently I didn't manage to rescue all the hairs out of my coffee because some ended up in my mouth. Yum, 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 yum. Extra protein. But what are we doing today? Steak the Dog says the little man desired sandwich. He did. Sweet, succulent coffee. So what are we doing today? So the 51.0 dev cycle is the most I can say without giving away the release date. It's basically over at this point. We don't announce release dates publicly, so I can't give you an exact date, but I can say as much as to say it's basically over at this point. And even if it wasn't, I have definitely run out of steam. We did an incredible amount. I was working through the changes this morning, and there are over 300 individual PRs for MekHQ alone this dev cycle. And as you would have seen on stream, a PR can be anything from a single line change to 1,000, 6,000 lines. There's no lower or upper band. And so having these 300 changes is a lot, and majority of them, the vast majority of them, are bug fixes. There are a lot of bug fixes and quality of life improvements thanks to the Spit and Polish project. So we have done a lot. Now, with the Spit and Polish project, I will say some of those changes have been implemented, but they've not been integrated into 51.0. So for example, all of the I did a whole bunch of work on making it so that right-clicking on a broken shoulder or hip is less painful. That I did ultimately decide to hold that back until 51.1 because it's just too much that can go wrong there, and I'm not comfortable putting it into 51.0 at this late stage. There was a lot of changes to edges, specifically edge triggers, adding a whole bunch of extra edge triggers for admins and doctors. I opted to hold those back as well to 51.1 just because they weren't needed in 51.0, and at this late stage there is no such thing as a safe change. Even the tiniest thing can have cascading consequences with a code base this complex, so holding that back. What did get included is the introduction of search bars to the parts in use report, the warehouse, the hangar, the personnel tab. So now you no longer need to scroll all the way down to find that one person. You can just type in their name. Or if you're trying to figure out, oh God, how many medium lasers do I have? Just type in medium into the search bar in the warehouse, it'll show you. Or it won't show you anything if you have none, I guess. But that's useful information too. We also added filters to the parts in use dialog. In fact, actually, that should have been merged. So how about, rather than me blathering on, I am postponing the inevitable. And you might wonder, what is that inevitable? I will tell you all what we're going to be doing today in a bit. But until then, let's bring up MekHQ I should have started this early because it is going to have to build the data files, unfortunately. So I'll continue blathering. But yeah, there is a lot of changes. It's just some of it I've decided to hold back. Actually, it is going to take a bit for MekHQ to boot. So let's go over to Safari and I'll show you what we're holding back. MekHQ, doop-a-doo. Because we're going to have to wait a few minutes for the thing to build, so... we've got some under the hood stuff that's getting held back. That's been done by Hawkvel. They've been doing amazing stuff. The new top bar in MekHQ, where you have like the planetary view, and it's all really, really cool and fancy. That's all Hawk. Hawk has done an amazing job. Hawk is one of 2 new team members who joined that are focused on UI stuff. Alitar's the other one. Alitar is the absolute mad lad who is bringing in 51.0 a planetary editor to MekHQ. Like, I don't know how exciting that is to you guys, but for us, and for the players who really like to have alt universes, the ability to edit planetary ownership in-game, you don't have to edit a single XML file, is amazing. And the planetary editor is something that we've had requested for literal years. We used to have one way back in the day, but it broke. This is not only new, but it actually works. So it's an improvement for the last one. Oh, what am I running over? Oh, 1 second. I'm running over a shirt I was wearing earlier. Don't want to ruin that. It's my retro raccoon shirt. It's just like a retro 80s Flash, but raccoons. Cause I exhibit the height of fashion. Like really, I was born to be a YouTube a Twitch streamer. Like my fashion is already Twitch streamer level. All I need is the blue hair and high-pitched screaming voice. Knight says, welcome to Terra, owned and operated by Knights Errant. So right now, if you want to do that Knight, you will need, because we don't have campaign-owned systems, but what you can do is if you create a faction and edit the faction's XML to include that faction, you can then make it your own ownership. It just requires a few extra steps. We are hoping to streamline that, but I don't have anything to talk about it at this stage. Steak the Dog says, does it do full editing or is it more limited? Well, once MekHQ boots, I'll show it off. Radar says, what I want next is a faction editor creator plus the ability to add the faction availability chart easily. The first one, the faction editor creator, shouldn't be too problematic. The issue is that you'd need to rebuild the faction data within MekHQ, but again, that's not too bad. Faction availability chart. There is no faction availability chart. You guys might see in MegaMek a faction availability chart. That is a construction. The data is stored in something like 200 separate XML files. If you care about that stuff, reach out to the Gaussman. I'll type their name into... So reach out to this wonderful developer, the Gaussman. I type their name in chat. They are the wizard, the absolute wizard behind all of our faction availability data. Have a chat to them, suggest it to them, see what they say. But what else are we holding back? So you can see new dev cycles a lot here. One is the request that we did at the end of Tuesday. Is that we now have the option for MekHQ to continue simulating the lives of characters after they leave the campaign for certain characters you're interested in. So, like, if, for example, you want your retirees to actually die after they leave the campaign rather than living to 356, you can now do that. But again, this really wasn't... It really wasn't necessary for 51.0, and when I discussed the feature with the player that requested it, I agreed I would add it, but I did say I'd add it in 51.1. Well, here's the awful broken hip shoulder stuff we did, where that's definitely getting held back. I've already mentioned that. Then we have like a whole bunch of edge trigger stuff. Some backgrounds. Oh, we got MekHQ. Give me a second. And the rest is just small stuff. So we're not holding back anything super exciting. There is just some stuff that I'm like, while it would be nice to include in 51.0, I just don't think it's worth the risk, because again, there are no risk-free changes. But now we can go to MekHQ, and let me show off some stuff. Oh, we're in the void. Give me a second. We are in the void. Let me just fix that. And I don't know if you can hear Bandit screaming in the background. Apparently he wants to be involved today. There we go, we're out of the void. So what I'll do... Hi, Bandit. I will go... Oh, okay, I don't know what it wants. So Bandit only knows 4 words. Bandit, my genius son, knows 4 words. He has a noise that he makes for yes. Or like affirmative, if you will. He actively says the word no. Like his vocabulary is the most cat thing ever. So he actively says the word no. He also can say the word now when he wants something, and he wants it now. So let's see. There's affirmative, no, now, and his favorite word is ham. And he will actually say, if you're eating like a roast ham, he'll come up and literally tell you ham, and then just start saying now constantly until you give him ham. Like, I am risking chaos by even mentioning the H word. We have to refer to it as the H word because he just gets so excited. He absolutely loves the H word. But right now, I think he's standing by his window and he's yelling now because he wants his window open. But it is too warm outside and I need my precious AC. But here we are in MekHQ. So let's show off some of the cool new things. So search. Let's have a search for all of our corporals. There we go. Here's all our corporals. What about... sergeants, the backbone of the military. There's a sergeant. But what if I just want to have everybody called Steve? Do we have any? I've got Stephanie. There we go. What about mech warriors? I can just type in mech and W. There we go. Here's all our mech warriors. Super simple. It should work for all languages, but it's definitely going to work for English. Down in the hangar, we can do the same thing. So how many spiders do we have? I don't know. We have 1. What about leopard dropships? Oh, there's one. Oh, but this leopard dropship has a name. It's the Voice of Canopus. Let's just have a look. See, can we find it? Yeah, we can. We can just type in voice. What about all of our tanks? There we go. Mechs. Voila. Instantly. Knight says, oh, and also congratulations, Knight, on your 10 stream streak. But Knight says that their wife's cat has a definite sound like mum. He'll go next to a chair, mum, 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 mum. It's worse than an 8-year-old. Radar says the only thing the risk-free is a quad mech on pavement with a 0-0 making a turn. Yeah, potentially, yeah. We'll go with the warehouse, and again, we don't have any medium lasers, but we do have a whole bunch of ammo. There it is. What about AC5s? How many AC5s do we have? We have 2. I don't know if this works, but we can try it. Oh, we haven't got any clan stuff. That doesn't work. But what about arms? How many arms do we have? Look, there's all arms. Now, because of how it works, this was going to trigger up armor as well, because it contains the word arm. But yeah, there's all our arm stuff. Let's go over to parts in use. Ciao. So here's parts in use, and as you can see, the bottom panel had a bit of an update so that you actually can see all of the options, which is very nice. But let's maximize that. Big. And here we have a filter. What if we only want equipment? Ciao. Gyros. Ooh. Ah. Armor. Boop. Ammunition. No more looking at this massive list and going, oh god, how many foot actuators am I using? Just go to miscellaneous equipment. I believe it's under. Oh no, it's under actuators. Even better. Just go. Oh, there's all my foot actuators. Very nice. But maybe you just want to see foot actuators, and just type in foot. There we go. There's all your foot actuators. And if we go back to all parts, you can see that if you just typed in foot or actuator, easy. No nonsense. It's just working. And I am incredibly surprised I was able to implement that. Knock on wood, nothing catches fire. But the search bar and the filter had no right to be as easy to implement as it actually was. So I'm very happy with that. But I also promised I'd show you guys the edit system. So let's go over to Canopus. Good old Canopus. And let's go to GM mode and edit system. Boop. And here is the planetary data editor. Ooh. And we're on Canopus 4. So here's your overview, here's your details, and here's your validation checks. Now, system events is what dictates system events, basically. So this is the system level stuff. But the way planetary ownership works is it's down on the planetary level. So if I click on, there's a planet that we got owned. And if we go into what, if we edited a date, we could go in, we could type in the current date, which is, April. Okay, that's the current date. So we go current date, and we're just going to go ahead and change Canopus 4 to, there we go. The Combine have inexplicably taken over Canopus 4. So now, if I go ahead and review the changes, so we are unsaved changes for Canopus 4. Ba-bang. If I save all overrides. I've never actually done this before, so you guys are learning as quickly as I am. Okay, that's good. Ta-da! Canopus 4 is now owned by the Draconis Combine. The coordinator wishes it was that easy. Actually, I'm not entirely sure the coordinator would want Canopus. But who cares? It's Drax now. Now, these are, right now, right this second, these are campaign specific. Nice as Samurai Cat Girls. Samurai Pizza Cat Girls. But right now, this is campaign specific. What does that mean? That means that if I start a new campaign, it will not have these changes. These changes are stored in the campaign file. Now, IllianiDev, who is an absolute genius, is looking into having it exportable and importable so that you could make all your changes in one campaign and then the next campaign you could persist it over. Again, this is not my project, so I cannot tell you, oh, this is going to work. But I can tell you this is something that is being looked at. So being looked at means we're reviewing the possibility and we're open to it. It does not mean it's necessarily going into the project. Again, this is not my project. I can't give you promises. I can't say, yes, this is definitely happening, but I can say this is something that is being looked at. Speaking of stuff that's being looked at, while I wait for Discord to boot up, you might have noticed that I've been teasing the campaign options 2C overhaul. I have an ongoing agreement with the developer behind that. Let's see if I can find some stuff for you. And this is IllianiDev as well. So give me a second. I'm just trying to find, this will do. Okay, I just need to maximize it, so bear with me. Now, because I've maximized something on Discord, you guys have all gone to the void. So let me move over to Discord, give me a second. That's Safari, there we go. Okay, so you may have seen previously that we're updating campaign options 2C. We're making campaign options 2C 2. And this is a 40-second preview of the human resources tabs. So let's just play that and see what you guys think. And again, no. So 2Cs have numerical distinction. They don't have prime ABC. They have numerical. So we have 2C standard, and this is 2C2. But welcome back to the chat, youngster. So this is campaign options 2C2, which is a massive mouthful. So we're probably just going to continue calling it campaign options 2C. We'll probably might even drop it down to just campaign options now that so many people have gotten used to it. But this is a preview. This is work in progress. This is subject to change. This is not my project. This is all of the disclaimers. Okay. But here is something that IllianiDev shared with us that previously they've been fine with me sharing stuff, so I don't think they'll mind now. So without further ado, let's hit play. So again, this is the human resources tabs. Oh, hi, Bandit. Hi, buddy. What you want, buddy? So here we just see all the changes that they've done. Now, I don't think this video shows the skills or SPAs, but I do have a static image of both. So if this doesn't show that, I will happily bring that up in a couple of moments. Stick the Dog says, oh damn, that's slick. It really, really is. Like, some of this stuff, like the sidebar on the left, is actually stuff like this one over here. This is stuff that I wanted to implement when I did campaign options 2C, but I just couldn't get it to work. Up here we have a filter. Now, this, of all the features that are likely to get removed, I suspect the filter is the most likely. But this will allow you to filter, so you just type in a tab or an option, it will take you straight to there. Now, again, of all of the options, I think that one's the most likely to get removed, but we'll see. So I'm just going to take us back over to MekHQ, because I am in a private channel, so I don't want to accidentally reveal stuff that I shouldn't, so just bear with me. That's good. So I'm going back into Discord. So this is the proposed new gunnery skills tab. So this is what gunnery skills could start looking. Bandit, why are you like this? Yeah. Every time I stream, he suddenly gets the zoomies. But this is the proposed change to the skills tab. So this is specific to gunnery skills. As you can see, they're all just clearly listed. You've got everything in one immediately viewable place. It's going to make it much easier to see accidental mistakes and things like that. Now, if I head us back over to MekHQ, I can change to the next image. So the next image I'm going to show you is even more work in progress. So, like, these are proposed changes that are being reviewed, and in many cases, they're feasibility tests. But to take it back to Discord, this is the proposed change to the SPAs tab. So you can expandable areas. So you could, for example, open up that Trapitude and get all the details. But you just immediately you're seeing what is it called? Where's it technically from? I don't know what we have ATO as opposed to capitalized, but whatever. What it does, and then whether it's enabled or disabled. Super, super simple, super slick. An end to that massive wall of boxes. Like, I am more than happy to see that wall go. So let's take us back over to MekHQ, because I think I have one more image. Bear with me. Here we are. So heading back to Discord. Now this is, so a minute ago you saw how it had a list of the attributes, and then to the right it had like enabled, disabled. This screenshot I'm about to show you predates that. So this is just to give you an idea of what it might look like if you expanded an SPA. Boop. So again, all the information is immediately in front of you. One of the big things that IllianiDev is trying to do is, now one of the problems with the current campaign options is that it doesn't make good use of screen space. Like, you have all the information in the middle, and then you have these just empty spaces to the left and right. We're trying to do away with that. We're trying to be a bit more efficient. And again, this is only going to be if you hit the expand. If you don't hit expand, you're just going to see the list of the SPAs. I'm just checking to see if there's any more. Doesn't look like it. That looks like it's going to be your lot for now. There we go. Okay. So let me close out of, well, actually go to general, just so just in case I have to open this up again, I'm not immediately showing private, like showing off behind the GM screen, or the developer screen, I should say. Okay. So that's some of the really, really cool new stuff. That I think I've shown today, with the exception of campaign options 2C, is coming in version 51.0, which is going to be in your hands very, very soon. But alas, 'tis time to close out of MekHQ. Go back to IntelliJ. Close down all the good stuff. What are we doing today? So let me have some of my coffee, because I need to steel my heart for this. Okay. What are we doing today? So I have effectively run out of steam for 51.0. So I want to kind of turn my eye to 51.01. And I want to go, okay, what projects do I want to do in 51.1? Which for the sake of my tongue, we're just going to refer to as 01 from this point onwards. But what do I want to do in 01? Now, one of the biggest points of frustration for me personally is the scenario resolution dialogue, and we're not doing that. That is just too much. However, the other thing that I'm really constantly frustrated by is a multi-level thing. It affects the code, it affects maintainability, and it affects play feel. And that basically boils down to the contract generation system. So what I'm going to be doing in 01, potentially continuing into 02, depending on how quickly I work through it, because this is going to be a big job. Like what we're about to start today is basically what we are going to be working on for the foreseeable. And what we're going to be working on is completely replacing the current contract generation system and how contracts are handled under the hood entirely. So we're going to have a new contract class. We're going to have a massive overhaul across the entire code base. We are going to have a new contract market and an entirely new contract negotiation system. So this is one of the biggest projects that we've done in a very long time. It is going to touch every part of the code base. In fact, I can give you just a teasy tease. If I search the code base, and I'm just going to do instance of ATB contract. So there are 77 instances where we're just checking what kind of contract we're dealing with. Every one of those instances is going to need to be rewritten. And you can see from the class list on the side, it is touching just about everything. So this is going to be a really big project. But it's going to be really good. So I'm not going to lie to anybody. It is going to break stuff. So it is not going to work when it's first launched. We are in fact going to be, once I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, I need to get testers involved in this, we will be putting out an announcement, and I'm probably going to petition Hammer for it to be an at everybody. We'll be recruiting anybody and everybody who wants to try it out and test it for us. But I'm anticipating this to break things. No, I'm not even anticipating, this will break things. But it is so incredibly needed. The main reason that Against the Bot hasn't been completely removed from MekHQ, despite it no longer being accessible to you players, is because of ATB contract and our current contract generation stuff, which is all ATB. You notice how the other day I was saying, oh, it turns out that negotiation checks in contract negotiations aren't negotiation checks. They're just a 2d6 that you add a modifier to. That's because it's an old ATB system. We want to completely remove all of that and have a clean slate. But before we can do any of that, we need to do some architectural stuff. And this is going to be very rote. This isn't going to be necessarily exciting and interesting, but it is setting the foundation for... What am I running over now? God almighty. Sorry. I'm just running things over with my chair. But it is going to set us up to be in a position like, can you imagine a situation where you yourself are actively involved in contract negotiations? That you can choose, hey, I want to negotiate for this. You're not just clicking a negotiation button, you're going, okay, I want to have this clause. That's what we're aiming for. But before we can move on to that, before we can do the fun stuff, we're going to have to do a lot of homework. We're going to have to do a lot of architectural prep before we can even begin to do that. Now, Radar says, can you make it so you can see the number of objectives and AOs of contracts before you accept them, so you don't accept a 2-month contract with over 10 objectives and 2 AOs? Maybe. Right now, no. With the new system, maybe. The problem is that AO size and objectives are generated after you select the contract, I believe. But that's something we can look into. It's something we can review. We also, when we're doing this, we need to keep in mind some other stuff that other people have planned that are very exciting, but I can't discuss in any way, shape, or form. And that is something that's like, there's another reason why this is needed. This is basically going to knock me out for a month minimum. So strap yourselves in, because every dev stream from here on out is most likely going to be this. Not necessarily the same thing every day, definitely not the same thing every day, but it's all going to be moving towards this one great big project. So, without further ado, have ourselves a little cry. Give ourselves a pat on the back. We can do it. We believe in ourselves. Okay, so we need to access, to start off with, we need to access 3 classes. Mission. Can't give me mission. Oh, it helps if I can actually spell right. Mission. So all contracts are missions, but not all missions are contracts. Let's go. I want the class name. No, I want the actual class. Sorry, give me a second. It's being rumbly. So we have to say all, give me the class, thank you. So all contracts are a type of mission. So we can now go extends mission, and that's going to give us contract. Okay, that's our next target. Then we need to go. Okay, well, that's contract's great and all. What extends contract? And I'm going to tell you why all this is gross in a minute. Oh, ATB contract extends contract. Cool. So we need that as well then. Good. Does anything extend ATB contract? God, I hope not. Oh, look. Oh, that's an ATB contract. Okay, I don't really need to care about that. Cool. Okay, so here is the order of inheritance. All ATB contracts are a type of contract. All contracts are a type of mission, which means therefore all ATB contracts are a type of mission, but missions are not a type of contract and are not a type of ATB contract, and contracts are not a type of ATB contract. Are you getting confused yet? To break it down even further, because the order of inheritance is mission to contract to ATB contract, everything that exists in contract and mission also exists in ATB contract. Everything that exists in mission exists in contract. But ATB contract has stuff not accessible to contract, and both contract and ATB contract have a shit ton of stuff that is not accessible to mission. The entire population of Mars says hello. Hello, the entire population of Mars. Are you all sharing an account, or do you take turns? So, Knight says all squares are rectangles, and not all rectangles are squares. Got it. No, that is basically it. That is a pretty good way of putting it. Yeah. So it gets really, really complex, and we don't, because it's using inheritance, we're just extending the prior class. It means we don't really have an easy way to say, hey, I've got a mission here, but is it a mission? Is it a contract or an ATB contract? So what we have to do is we have to do typecasting. We have to say, is mission an instance of ATB contract? Which is what I showed you earlier, but I can show you again. So we just go to instance of ATB contract. And we just grab one out of the queue. So here we're just resolving salvage, and we're just going, is mission, because we've taken a mission in, is this mission a type of ATB contract? So, like, basically we have to do the same pattern throughout the entire code base, because there is currently no easy way to say, hey, I've got a mission here. What type is it? Furthermore, we can't say, hey, I've got a mission here. I want to get some ATB contract stuff out of it because we have no guarantee the mission is a type of ATB contract. So we get this annoying pattern throughout the code base, and it's not good. It's not ideal, and it creates a lot of problems. The entire population of Mars says we used to, but the Opportunity rover hasn't been around much lately. Yeah. Was it the Opportunity that its final messages was it's getting dark and my batteries are low or something like that? I think my wife has the Lego Opportunity rover. The entire population of Mars says it's that one. Yeah. No, my wife. I am a space enjoyer. My wife utterly loves space to the point that we quite frequently, I say frequently, we went once, but we do space stuff, and one of our favorite date places is the local observatory. I got to see Saturn, which is really cool. Like, they have a massive observatory telescope, and I got to look through it and see Saturn. You could even see her moons. It was so cool. Okay, so we've already identified that inheritance here is it's not kosher. This is just a really bad setup. But how does this kind of setup happen in the first place? So there's such a concept as called a legacy code, and legacy code is like weevils in your woodwork. You're gonna get it, and it's gonna slowly undermine the stability of the entire house. So once upon a time in ages past, let's see how long ago ages past. Looks like 2013. So at least as far back as 2013, there was mission. Mission was created, and the mission was a class object that holds name, where you are, whether you've won it or not, description type, yada yada, just basic mission stuff. I'm having a bunch of scenarios and they're attached to this mission. Bear with me just a second. And stuff like that. So it's fairly basic information, but you can see how this is the seed. And later, at some point, I'm not going to bother checking when, some incredibly smart person, looks like Jay Lawson, Jay Lawson39 at yahoo.com, apparently, was like, okay, well, missions are good, but we really need more information. So in comes contract, and contract includes stuff like your payment multiplier, your command rights, your battle loss compensation, salvage percent, all that, all that contracty stuff. And because of inheritance, you're still getting access to all this mission-y stuff, but it just allows you to go into a bit more detail. Then, a few years later, Neo Ancient came along and brought us against the bot. God bless Neo. Like, MekHQ would not be where it is now without Against the Bot. But Neo was like, okay, well, this is manual. We got contract here for manual contracts, but what about automated contracts done by Against the Bot? And so they introduced Against the Bot, which includes all the mission stuff, all the contract stuff, and then just adds extra stuff in there that only really matters to Against the Bot. Things like, what's the name of your ally? What's their morale level, etc. And so that's how this kind of, I don't know if this is referred to as an anti-pattern, but I'm going to refer to it as an anti-pattern here because it's a pattern that sucks. But that's how stuff like this can happen. You're like, okay, well, what do we do now? We've got a new type of contract. Do we just make something that extends from ATB contract and has even more extra stuff? Like, or we could branch it. Maybe we want to extend it from contract and add a whole bunch of extra stuff that is not in ATB contract, but without having access to ATB contract. If it sounds confusing, it's because it is. And so one of our first objectives, and potentially one of our most important objectives here, is to break this chain of inheritance. So I'm just going to read chat while I steel myself. And my God, it is warm today. Woohoo! I am once again getting that full MechWarrior experience. Radar says one of my favorite songs is the Ballad of Apollo 13, which is basically the tune of Wreck of the Ermengarde Fitzgerald, but about Jack Swigert, Fred Hayes, and Jim Lovell struggle during the Apollo 13 mission. Apollo 13 was a movie I absolutely wanted to watch as a kid. We never got around to it. I've never actually watched the Apollo 13 movie. I should probably I should probably do that. I'd completely forgot I wanted to watch that as a kid, but yeah, no, I did. Okay, so breaking the chain of inheritance. First off, let's go where mission lives. Boop. Okay, so this is where mission lives. And here we've got all the mission-y stuff. Okay, let's create a class. We're going to call this class Abstract Contract. So what is an abstract? I believe the abstract lives here. It does. So an abstract is a tool of inheritance. The entire population of Mars says we need to invest in the hot dog SPA. Would be kind. It would be nice. But yeah, okay. So how does an abstract work? An abstract class is kind of like a template or a plan, and you're basically saying, hey, I have a whole bunch of stuff that are going to extend from this. This is not a class in itself. It is an abstract. It is a plan. It is a schematic. And you might say, oh, all abstract classes contain protected, void, get cheese, return, null. Whatever. I'm just making nonsense up here. So you can do this. You could also do this. So we're just returning here, and you can basically just do a whole bunch of abstract stuff. I think you can even do abstract void get potatoes. I've not really worked with abstracts before, so this is going to be a bit of a learning exercise, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, we'll figure out we'll figure the syntax. But basically, you can include a whole bunch of methods here. And what we're saying is, here is the plan, and any class that extends, any class that implements abstract contract has to have these. So why is that important? Because it means we're breaking this chain of inheritance. Rather than having a mission or an ATB contract, which is a type of contract, which is a type of mission, we're saying all three are types of abstract contract, which means we don't need to do is mission instance of ATB contract. We just say, okay, we want to get enemy skill level. And we just say get enemy skill level. And we'll, under mission, we'll implement it to return, I don't know, regular. Under contract, we'll do the same because they're not doing anything with that. But then under ATB contract, we'll have all of the code to handle get enemy skill, which will just return enemy skill. Potentially, we won't even need to do crazy stuff like that. We can just have enemy skill be fixed as regular for mission and contract. So it's still a chain of inheritance, or still inheritance, but it's not a chain of inheritance. Everything comes back to the one place, and we no longer need to typecast because all types, all classes have access to the same stuff. So that's what our job today is going to be. It's creating abstract contract and then implementing. We're going to focus on mission first, and we're going to work ourselves down the chain of inheritance until we're at a point where all the stuff that's included in these three is now included in the abstract. Then our next job will be to have mission contracts and ATB contract implement abstract contract. Then we need to go through the code base and replace any instance where it's specifically calling mission contract or ATB contract, and probably in most cases replace that with abstract contract instead, because all of these are going to be a type of abstract contract. They will no longer all be a type of mission. Does that make sense? Don't worry, this will not be on the test. But yeah, like today is going to be a very architectural day. It's going to be a lot of walking back and forth between code and moving stuff around. So it's not, I don't know how interesting it's going to be, but the thing is, this is stuff that has to be done so we can do the cool stuff later. So with that in mind, let's get over the copyright so I don't forget. Because if I forget and try to run a test, I'm going to get told off by IntelliJ. So, Shazam. Radar says advanced buildings wasn't built in a day, you have to start somewhere. Yeah. So, first things first, let's find ourselves another abstract class, just so I can have a look and see what's being done. Abstract marriage will do. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're basically just setting up like a brand new class. That's all good. Alrighty then. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, so what I'm really doing is checking for any special syntax. Now, one thing that is special is this protected. Protected is what's going to allow us to override it in later inheritors. Radar says they got some karma delivered to them. Kidney punched a locust and it fell over with a damaged gyro. It tried to stand up and then proceeded to stack pole its engine right into the mech that punched it. Oh no. No, that's not nice. Okay, so we now know we don't really need to worry about any special. Go over there. We don't need to worry about any special syntax. Well, that's nice. And that makes life a lot easier. So now we can just go over here and we're going to start setting up the mission. So let's see, what does mission need? Well, we need a bunch of this nonsense. There we go. Oh, helps if they're in the curly bracket. Whoops-a-doodles. We know we're going to need a logger, so we might as well add that in now. I like to keep statics down the bottom, but I find that I prefer to have a logger and resource bundles at the top. It's not really necessary. Let's be consistent. So I'll pop that down here. What other stuff we got? Oh, I accidentally copied that. That's not good. Okay, that's all fine. Okay. So we can see we've got two constructors. Let's think. Do we need a constructor? We probably don't, because our constructor is going to be protected, abstract, contract, and we're going to allow our inheritors to overload it. So each inheritor will have its own version of abstract contract. Now, does C#? Let me just remember how exactly, because I need to do a not implemented. New, not implemented exception. Yeah, thank you. Okay, and we're not going to include a message. Actually, we probably should include a message, shouldn't we? There we go. Okay, so what's going to happen is if we try and call abstract contract on a inheritor of this, if we try and initialize it, it is going to throw a wobbly. It's going to say, hey, this hasn't been implemented yet. I don't think you want to be doing this. Now, we may need to adjust this later. This may not be exactly how it works, but that's what we're going with for now. And then we just have a whole bunch of getters, it looks like. So let's create ourselves some getters and setters. So we're going to go to generate, and we just say, hey, give me some getters and setters. That should be everything. Oh, god damn it. That wasn't helpful. I don't use that method very often because I find it to be a bit of a pain in the ass, but whatever. These are all going to most likely be protected, but for now we'll leave them as private. Because we're just copying stuff over for now, and then we can work with it. Did I just not click the whole thing? Let me try that again. Give me getters and setters, and don't make me do it myself. Oh, I think I must be just ticking the one thing. Okay, we're gonna do it ourselves because So it's going to have to make a few getters, and these are going to be public. We might elevate them to, or might change them to protected earlier. Protected means that they can be overwritten by inheritors. Okay, and now we've got one template, we can start. Actually, you know what? This is the kind of thing that this is a job for AI. So we're just going to go ahead and copy this across, because there is no artistry to this. This is boilerplate, and so we're just going to go and ask Claude to do it for us. And remember, I've spoken about using AI before, and I feel it's important. Give me a second. Add setters and getters. Java. And I think it's important to always recognize that you're using a tool. You wouldn't get a hammer to build a house for you. You shouldn't try and take shortcuts with code either. It's about using your tools. Okay, so that gives us all of our getters. So these are all the getters and setters that we have in Mission. But now I have them over here. Looks like we've got some other stuff as well. So let's just say it's the region getters setters. Have some utility methods down here. And one of them is going to be to get the hyperlinked name. Well, we definitely want that. And oh, hey look, got good old past Illiani. Hopefully they haven't fucked it up. Bear me a second. Sorry about that, I had to put myself on emergency mute before I sneeze into all your ears. Okay, so that's all good. Do we have a system name? We don't. So let's get that. There we go. It's a nice little utility. Looks like we got some scenario stuff as well. So let's just add scenarios. And these we can just copy straight across more or less. Okay, so it looks like I've got two get scenarios. We need to scroll up. We don't want to do that, so that's bad. Okay, so here is actually an example of what we're going to be doing. Let's go, this is probably a utility. So here we can see that it returns the length contract in months, but it mentions that missions don't have durations, so we treat it as always being 1 month long, because it only really matters for faction standing. But here is an example of what we're going to be doing. So if this was if we were back in mission, we would have get length here, and get length would return 1 because that's the default value. But if in mission we wanted to change to get length, we would just override this version and use hours. But if we don't, it's just going to use the default. Same for get repair location. Okay, so we've got to have some readers and writers. Got some deprecated stuff. I'm not going to bother with moving across any deprecated stuff, because that is a grand total of wasting my time. This looks like this method I'm copying across now looks like something else that is probably getting overloaded. And here we go, generation. Actually, we can shortcut. We can just minimize this because we're smart. Just copy it. Yeah, there we go. And then got an overload here. We have rewriting this to file IO. Seems smart. We've got an override here. We're gonna pop this in utilities. And what this does is it just overrides the default set string to return name and if it's completed or not. Okay, so that immediately sets us up into a far better position than we would otherwise be in. So let's save our work so far. Why aren't you working? 1 second. Why isn't get system returning? Looks like we should have some more utility methods. Let's pop this here. There we go. So reading chat. The entire population of Mars says, I don't use AI because I'm definitely one of the people who are very wary of it, but it does mean I also have no experience with it. Even for simple tasks like that, there is no risk for it to insert something stupid for no reason because of a prompt from earlier in history or causing it to hiccup. Oh, there absolutely is. No. So AI can and will hallucinate. Which is why generally I use, so my AI usage generally falls into two things. One, getters and setters. And yes, I have seen the AI fuck up on a getter and setter. I have. But 99% of the time it doesn't. And it's especially if I have a class that has like 20 variables, it saves me so much time just being able to getter and setter that 20. The other thing I use it for is documentation. The main reason is that having the AI writes class documentation for me. So if we look on the right hand side, you see this here. This is an example of what I refer to when I'm referring to as documentation. What I am not referring to is the PDFs that tell you how a system works. I'm talking purely about the internal stuff. So another example is up here. So this is the documentation I'm referring to, not the documentation that you guys read. Why do I get AI to write my documentation? I often joke that AI is better at writing documentation than I am. That's not strictly true. What is true, though, is that you should always try and get a second pair of eyes on your code at the earliest opportunity. And every time AI writes documentation for me, I read it line by line, and I just do a check in my head. Like, people who've been on stream for a while will have seen me do it. So I go, blah, 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 true, blah, 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 true, blah, 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 false, and I go back and fix it. But by having the AI scan my methods and my classes to write the documentation, it will write exactly, most of the time, what's happening. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes, it will say, oh, and this method does blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, it shouldn't do blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, okay, so that's wrong. And then I go and check the method, because always double check your work. So I check the method and see that, no, it wasn't the AI hallucinating, it was doing something it shouldn't have. Sometimes the AI is just hallucinating. But having the AI review my code in such a fashion allows me to have better code. What I don't like doing is having the AI write code for me. Even ignoring that it's often not very good. Even ignoring all of that, it boils down to I am a programmer. I like to program. A writer isn't going to use AI to write for them, because if you're a writer, chances are you enjoy the art of writing. I enjoy the art, if you can call it that, of programming. Now, here is an example, though, where I do think AI programming can be an advantage, and I'm probably going to upset some people when I say this. I can think of two examples where AI, I think, does a good job. And again, I'm always nervous when I talk about AI because we had that whole community uproar earlier in the year that actually made me leave the project for a while. But I believe there are two examples where AI is useful. The first is when you're just starting out and learning. Don't get the AI to do it for you. But if you go about it smartly, you can get the AI to teach you. And there is a very, very thin line between the two. But if you can ride that line in that you're getting the AI to suggest changes and to proofread your code and do code reviews and all that other good stuff, that is good. That can help you. You just have to be very careful that you're not letting the AI lead you by the nose. And you're not basically letting the AI do it all for you. Because if you're letting the AI do it all for you, even if indirectly, you are not learning, you are not improving as a developer. If you're not improving as a developer, your value proposition when it comes to talking to recruiters is incredibly low. Because if all you're doing is taking what the AI says and implementing it, you are just a vehicle that takes AI code and puts it in production. Anybody can do that. So I think learning, mostly when you're first starting out, once you get some experience, you generally hit a point where you know more than the AI says. It's not really helpful. It can help you find stupid mistakes, Lord knows it can, but generally speaking, once you get to a certain point, the AI is no longer a good vehicle for learning. But I think when you're first starting out, I think it can be good. On a similar vein, I like that AI is allowing more people to get involved in programming that wouldn't have previously thought to get involved. And I think that is good for the business, the industry overall, because more people that can try coding and eventually, hopefully, move on to programming themselves and not just relying on the AI, the more programmers we have, the more community knowledge we have, yada yada. It all just feeds into each other. But again, the trap, and this is the trap that all developers should try to avoid when they're learning, is you just don't want to be in a situation where you're just doing what the AI says, because then, again, you're not learning, you're not improving yourself. Where is the other example? And I'm gonna, I don't like using this example because I don't like naming individual people, but I feel like in this example, being able to put a name to an example is helpful. So I want to use the example of Hammer. Hammer is our project lead here at MegaMek. Hammer has been with the project for something like 15 years. Hammer has encyclopedic knowledge of the code base. Hammer can read code. Hammer can design code. Hammer, and I say this with all my love and all the love that's possible, is fucking terrible at syntax. It's not even, I laugh, but it's not funny. Hammer is just terrible at syntax. And so what the AI has enabled him to do is it allows him to contribute to the project in a way that he previously would not have been able to. The AI does not dictate to him what he's doing, but it helps him with the syntax. And that is in fact what caused the big anti-AI uproar a few months back. But yeah, so I think with Hammer, using it as a way to allow him to contribute to the project, and all code is reviewed multiple times by multiple people, especially AI assisted coding. I find it really, really hard, even though I personally don't like using AI code myself. I would find it really, really hard to stand there and tell you guys that how Hammer uses it is a bad thing, because I am seeing someone who I have immense respect for being able to contribute to this project in the way he would never be able to without it. And we are an open source project. We don't take a single dime. That's why we have the big disclaimer at the top of your screen right now. Like, Hammer fucking loves this project. It is his life goal to make the project better and better. And seeing him be able to use AI in a way that allows him to contribute to this program and improve your experiences as players, I think that's really special. And no matter what I personally think of AI, I cannot sit here, whatever. I cannot tell you that what he's doing is wrong. So that is probably a far more detailed response than you wanted. The entire population Mars. But I think AI, if I can just bring it to a close, I think AI is an incredibly complex topic, and I think it is has the potential to be a very powerful tool. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I do not believe we have yet discovered how best to use that tool. And I think AI art sucks. Like I'm not even gonna try to pretend that it doesn't. AI art sucks. AI writing sucks. Like that will never replace people. But I do think we need to take a more nuanced view. It is very easy to sit there and say all AI bad, and then not consider that we developers have been using AI for over a decade. It is very easy to sit there and say AI bad, and then not consider how it can be used to help people, like in the medical industry and research in particular. AI has been used in medical research for a very long time, very successfully. So again, it is very easy to say AI bad, and AI can do bad. It can negatively impact people's lives. These massive data centers are a blight on the environment. They are. I'm not going to tell you they're not. The way that AI is being shoehorned into every product imaginable is not good. I'm not going to tell you it's not. And I'm also not going to tell you that the AI bros don't have a vested interest in convincing you that AI is the next best thing. They do. Like, this is the thing. The AI bros are financially required to convince you that AI is the second coming of Christ. It is not. I am not going to tell you it is. But just because something has all of these problems does not mean it itself is necessarily a problem. And if you're only viewing things in black and white, like absolutism is a cognitive folly. There is no such thing of something that is... No, okay, I'd say there's no such thing as something that's always bad. Okay, there absolutely is. I can immediately think of a few examples that will get me banned off Twitch if I say them. But here's the thing. AI is not absolutely bad. How AI is being currently used is. How AI is being currently pushed is. And that's where the problem is, because people are conflating all of these bad things that are related to AI, and most of them boil down to tech bros want to get richer. And people take all of these things that are made worse by AI because tech bros want to get richer, and then they're thinking, oh, that means AI is bad. We need to look at things more nuanced. We can't just think in black and white, because otherwise, if we are, then yeah, like we're saying that developers need to stop using a tool that they've been using for over a decade. We're telling Hammer, again, I don't like using people as an example, but we're telling Hammer, sorry, you can't contribute to the project anymore. You're only able to be the face of the project. You can't contribute code. Even though Hammer is excellent at designing code and reading code. He sucks at syntax. I've said it before. I probably shouldn't say it so loudly, but he does. AI allows him to get over that. And I have seen how happy it makes him to be able to contribute to this project. So again, AI can do bad. It does do bad. AI is linked to a lot of negative things. But that does not necessarily mean that AI is inherently bad. But I am now over-egging the pudding. I think you guys got the point. And if I sound so firm on this point, it's purely because I was there on the front lines a few months ago where someone decided to put a hit piece out about the MegaMek project and its use of AI, and effectively try their damnedest to turn the entire BattleTech community against us. So if I sound bitter, if I sound grumpy, if I sound firmer on this than you usually hear me, that's why. Because that made me leave the project for about 6 months. All the stuff that you see me do today, think about it and think that this is stuff that you would never get if I hadn't chilled out and come back. So I'm not saying that I am critical to this project. I think we can all accept that, you know, I make some pretty decent contributions, but the fact is none of those contributions would have existed if I had walked away from the project permanently, which I very nearly did. So that's why I'm grumpy about this topic. That's why I'm a little bit cagey whenever AI comes back, and it's also why I'm very firm in my responses. But let us put AI to the side. Let's shove it away. And let's come back to what we're here for, which is shoving something else away, and that is inheritance. One last thing, the youngsters said my big worry with AI, other than the obvious environmental impact, the environmental situation is fucking awful. I'm not going to tell you it isn't. It is. Some people use it as a replacement for certain skills instead of augmenting them. That comes back to what I mentioned about people need to learn how to use AI as a tool, and I don't think we culturally have reached a point where we've learned how to use this tool properly. But anyway, I'm just going to draw a line under this topic when going back to what we're here for. So let's have a look. What errors we got? Blah, blah, blah. You're going to tell me? Okay, it says we got errors. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's push our work for now, or not push, let's commit, so we can have a little bit of a save point. So right now we've effectively just copied across most, if not all, of mission. Honestly, it would have been easier if I just literally copy pasted, but let's not do that. Now what we're going to do is, let's see if I can remember the syntax. Implements abstract contract. Oh, no, okay, we need an interface. In that case, the syntax is extends. Okay, so now everything that exists in abstract contract now exists in mission. Technically, everything that exists in abstract contract also now, by the nature of inheritance, exists in contract and ATB contract, but we're ignoring those for now. Let's have some water. I was on my soapbox a little bit too long there. So let's come back to this. So, because we're extending yeah, let's try this. In theory, this should all now exist in abstract contract. Okay, we're getting a whole bunch of errors. That's okay. Let's find out what they are. Okay, it's because these are currently private. So let's switch these over to protected, which means they're accessed by anything else that lives in the same package as abstract contract or extends it. There we go. We've immediately knocked down the majority of the issues. Okay. Cannot assign a value because it is final. Well, it's not going to be final any longer. So there we go. Okay, now that brings us on to here we go. Okay, and now we're going to have a lot of lesser issues, and it's basically just going to tell us, hey, this is identical to the super. And anywhere we see that, we just want to get rid of it, because that's just telling us, hey, that nothing has changed here. And then we're going to allow us to, let me just scratch search. We can then go back through here and go, okay, well, what remains? I know these are identical, but it's not showing us, but that's okay. We also have some deprecated fields. They're also going to go the way of the dodo, but for now, we'll leave them in. So are we getting any errors? We are still getting some, so let's get rid of them. I'm just looking down here. This tells me warnings. Warnings aren't errors. I called them an errors a second ago, but they're not actually errors. They're just warnings. They're saying, hey, something could be wrong. Okay. So we still have some that aren't copied over. Let's just save. Why are you not considered the same as? Okay. Now, I/O is something that we actually want to be handled locally. So rather than, even though these are identical, we're actually going to copy I/O back over. We can do that by coming into mission. We're just going to go and find the I/O stuff and we're going to add it back. I will explain why as soon as I've done it. So just bear with me. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Give me a second, Rooney. Show difference, that's what we want. Okay, fuck it. We'll just do it a different way. I'll go to main, show difference. Here we go. This is what we're looking for, because this allows me just to copy the stuff back over. We know I/O's at the bottom, so we're going to scoot to the bottom. And we're just going to go ahead and put some of this stuff back. Because when it comes to saving and loading, we want to keep it as close to how it is already as possible. Otherwise, we're going to be in a situation where it's just going to be a fucking mess. So we're in our current setup. We are just going to clear out these. So we're basically making empty methods that will then get overloaded by the inheritors. So these need to be protected because they're going to be overloaded. Is it override? It is. We can't override it because it's static. Ugh. Okay, because it's static, there's not a lot we can do. So static has to stay. There's nothing we can do there. That's okay. What we'll probably end up doing is rewriting this to no longer be a static. But we do have some non-statics. Okay, and these deprecated methods, we're just going to remove them entirely. Because the class is being changed up in so many different ways, we're not going to mess around with trying to maintain compatibility. These should be protected. It's public, that's fine. Okay, I think that all checks out. We do need to return a non-value. So let's have a look. Where does return the indent? So we're just going to return indent, not modifying anything. That is all good. That's all good. Okay. I'm just reading through and trying to figure out exactly where we are. So we have done a whole bunch of stuff. What error, what warnings is it giving? And use import, redundant. Okay, whatever. We'll leave that in for now. Okay, that all seems good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to MekHQ and we're going to try and start and see if it explodes. I have no idea if it is going to explode. Like, this could work perfectly first time, and it would be amazing and happy, and we'll celebrate. We're likely to hit an error, which we will. Yep, there we go. Okay, so this is easy enough. It's just saying we need to add an exception to the method signature. Bam. There we go. And also here. Bam. Okay, here's an issue. It's wanting us to write to XML, but we don't have access to that because it's not public. Honestly, making it public should be fine. I can't see any major problems there. We'll need to check it over. And again, we're gonna hit a bunch of, hey, we're not allowed to add these. That's all fine. Come back to campaign. Why is campaign a problem? It's just deprecation. Okay, so let's launch it again. See what happens next time. So chat's talking about refits, and one of the things we don't currently do is we don't currently enforce the requirements to... give me a second. We don't currently enforce the requirements to be in certain facilities before you can do refits. So some facilities are, for example, notified as being maintenance, so therefore they need to the unit needs to be in a maintenance facility for you to do that refit. We don't currently enforce that. That is something we're probably going to enforce in the future. The entire population of Mars is off to walk the dog. Give your dog a good old scruffle from us, and thank you for joining us. So here we're just doing the age-old problem, or age-old solution rather, of just running it and seeing what breaks and then fixing that. And like, is this the most efficient use of our time? Probably not, but it works, and that's the main thing. And if you've been joining us for a while and you haven't already, please definitely consider hitting the follow button so that you get notified of when we go live. When do we go live? We go live 5 times a week. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, daytime. That is our live dev streams. And then Friday, we play our ongoing MekHQ campaign. And then on YouTube, there is a new video uploaded. Admittedly, they are just VODs, but there's a new VOD uploaded every day except Monday and Tuesday. Okay, looks like we still got some... Okay, we've just got some errors. So this is actually like check for subcontract and so forth. That's all... Q. That is all what am I thinking? It is contract generation. That is a demon we'll be fighting later. Steak the Dog says it's an efficient way to find major issues. Yeah. And it's actually an old pattern I follow from my modding days. Because like many developers, I started off as a modder. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, a little bit of New Vegas. Whereas So, and then just run it and see what breaks is a fantastic way to find if your load order or if your mod's broken. A lot of this is coming from our not implemented exception. So rather than doing all of this, what we're actually going to do is we're going to go back to our abstract contract. We're going to remove that exception. And rather than throw new, do exception, we're going to do it a different way, because this is adding far too many code-based changes that are otherwise unnecessary. Okay, and then we're going to do logger, error, and then exception. So rather than throwing it, we are just going to go ahead and log it as an error instead. So we are gonna basically have to do a bunch of the changes that we undo a bunch of the changes that we just did. That's okay. We don't mind that. You just do this. Easier way of doing this. We'll compare it to main, and then we can just copy across. Tra-la-la-la, da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Actually, let us do it a different way. We're going to lose some of the changes we made. No, let's carry on doing how we were doing it. I do apologize for me oscillating back and forth. If you ever notice when I'm doing this, there's changes that I didn't make. It's because we have an auto formatter that automatically formats. Okay, so this is mission. We don't need the throw anymore. Just checking there's no more. That should be good. Campaign, we're going to lose a lot of the throws. The reason why I'm doing it this way rather than having it throw is predominantly so that we don't have to edit a whole bunch of classes that otherwise wouldn't need to be edited. It seems that somebody has an auto-formatted MekHQ menu bar for a while. Naughty, naughty. Okay, that is... There we go. So that saved us a whole bunch of headache. So now if we launch, we should be a bit more successful. Oh, here's one we missed. Whoops-a-doodles. Oh, it's our friend contract market. I must have missed that. Let me go back up to that. So what we've been doing today and what we're going to be doing for the next vague gesturing is something that's been planned and recognized as needed for 3 years? 4 years? A while, basically. Radar's having a really bad time in MekHQ. They say they're definitely going back to hunting pirates after they're done with these Dracs. The funds that have been great, but the Lyrans are pissed. I really like the faction standing system that we implemented. I'm really glad we implemented that. It just makes the universe feel much more alive rather than just being a static, do these contracts off with trot. Oh, I'm MekHQ, so let me switch you over. So what we're doing is we're just going to go ahead and start a contract, and we're going to see if MekHQ explodes. If it doesn't explode, we should be in a pretty good position. Just wait for everything to clunk into place. I actually have a surprise for you guys later. Steak Dog says it makes you have people you want to work for and people you don't want to work for. Yes. And the reason why that was combined with the random start location change that we made for mercenaries and pirates was specifically so that each mercenary campaign would feel different. So if you started over in Drac territory, you're probably going to get a lot more contracts in the Dracs than you are the League, whoever the hell these guys are. Abandoned, apparently. Who are you? Wolf Empire. Oh, who gives a shit? Yeah, like you're going to get very different contracts if you're with the Lyrians up here, what's left of them. And that was designed to kind of help flavor campaigns, and so that you don't always end up allying with the same people and kicking the crap out of the same Capellans every campaign. Which is a real problem when we all started in Galatea, is it just meant that every campaign kind of went through the same beats. Okay, so go to the contract market. We're just going to grab any old contract. I don't want a pirate hunting contract. There we go. Okay, so we're just saying, is this going to go through the motions? Okay, we didn't immediately explode. That's a good stage. The next up, let's add ourselves a mission. Let's go for a new mission, and we'll call it new mission. Okay. I want to have another new mission. This time I want it to be on Terra. Okay. Let's add a contract. Employer, don't care. Alrighty then. Okay. And if you're new to the stream, you might not have seen this. This is the new briefing room that got added in 51.0. That'll be coming very, very soon. All right, so our first stage, Operation Success. We have successfully migrated mission to be an abstract. And I just clicked a button and now my UI is not responding. Radar says Arrakis sucks to fight on, don't recommend. Arrakis just sounds like the Temu version of the desert planet Dune. Yeah, my UI is just locked up. We'll have to give it a couple of moments. Okay, let's I'm just gonna kill IntelliJ. I don't know what IntelliJ's problem is right now, but it keeps locking up. I'm just basically waiting for them to fix it. I know it's not because of the stream, because it happens when I'm off stream as well. I may have to remove my UI plugin. That could be the culprit, but I really, really don't want to do that. So anyway, back to... Okay, so we can commit that. And these are just like, commits are just like your classic old school PlayStation 1 era save point. They can be reverted, they can be, oh, it helps if I select something. They can be reverted, you can get rid of them. Also, I realized I just loudly slurped water on stream. Sorry, I should have muted myself there. It's like... Okay, so that is mission done. Our next objective is going to be a little bit harder, because again, mission is the basic one. It is the basic bitch type. If it was a Pokemon, it would be normal type, and not one of the cool normal types either. Now that we're moving on to contract, things are going to get a little bit more interesting. Okay, there is some stuff here. Oh, I'm an ATV monthly contract. Oh god, I don't want to be here. Ah, retreat, retreat! Why am I here? Ugh, gross. We don't need to be there for at least another week. Okay. So that explains why everything looks a bit weird. Okay. So, Radar says, really? 107 field manuals, delivering logistics sucks. Either that or the LCAF quartermaster really hates you. Listen, there is nothing more militarily appropriate than just getting a bunch of crap from logistics instead of what you actually need. And usually that means that logistics is just someone at logistics, just like to some general somewhere well behind lines. It's like, oh no, we need to distribute these because we got them in bulk, and it's going to look bad if they light around. Okay, so I need to think here because some of this stuff we don't want to move over, and that's really important. So start date, for example, here's where things are going to get interesting. So let's go back to abstract. Yeah, definitely gonna have some coffee. Bear with me a moment. So let us make some changes to modernize this before we do anything else, and not just because I want to put off doing anything else. There we go. Okay, so do we need a start date? We probably can use a start date. So let's do it this way. So we're gonna do a start region. We're gonna regionize this. End region. Is that right? Whatever, I don't give a shit. Region. End region. Whatever the syntax, it's not super important here. What is important that we're basically dumping together all the stuff from mission, and we're going to separate all the stuff from contract. Why are we doing this? It just makes it a little bit easier for me to see where stuff originated from, and then later we can organize it nicely. So do we need a start date and an end date? Probably. This will need to be protected. And we now need to switch this over to extending abstract contract. So start date and end date need to go away. What we're going to do is we're going to make these private. This is going to cause things to break. That is deliberate. Because I want to specifically see what breaks. Okay. That's all that's changing. Here we are. So here's our getters. We're gonna have some more getters down here. Start date and end date, getters and setters, we want those. Set start date and end date, yeah, we probably want that in utilities. What other errors are we getting? Go away. Actually, we don't need to bounce back and forth as much. We can jump back and forth. That's not what I wanted in IntelliJ. Thank you. Okay. Method does not inherit from its own. Okay. Do we have is active on? We don't. Which tells me we missed something from mission. Okay, this is fine and dandy. Move this over here. And we can add this to our pile of utility methods. So you might be noticing that a lot of the stuff in mission is being moved over. The reason for that is mission is the default. Mission is the root inheritor. So most stuff already extends from it and assumes that mission is the default. So when our new abstract contract is going to be keeping that same philosophy. And that just means we can make all these changes, making as few changes, and not a very good sentence there, but making as few changes as we can. And that's really the goal here. The entire population of Mars says they are returned. Had to be a short walk, too many deers in the woods. How it's going so far, knock on wood, it's going okay. We've now started to move on to contract. So this is just going to be a small change. Rather than just being able to directly get it, we're going to use a getter. That just makes it cleaner. And in fact, let's do it like this. Okay, and we're probably going to need to do the same for start date. I think this is the method name. There we go. Oh, missing something. Oh, I see the issue. Whoopsie-doodles. Okay, this is really, really bad. Because what's happening here is we have a local method that overloads the class level method. Why, oh why, is it working like that? This has to be a bug. We're going to go ahead and assume this is a bug. No, it's not, because we're actively getting start date here. What do we do here? We're going to rename this to local variable start date. And it is June the 4th, 2026. Are we 2026? We're probably in 2026. I don't think we're in 2025 anymore. How bizarre. It's assigned but never accessed. Okay, no, this has to be a bug. Give me a second. Let's have a look at contract. What are we changing here? Okay, no, this is just a really... Okay, so it is in fact a bug. It would be a benign bug, so this would never actually result in bad behavior, but it is just incredibly dumb. So what we're doing here is we're saying this local variable start date, we're basically saying this. This is what we're saying, because all start date does is return this. So we're basically saying local start date equals global start date, and then we make modifications to local start date, but we never actually apply those changes to the global start date. I wonder if this might actually be the root cause of a bug that I've seen a few times. But now I'm just going to very quickly jump to the start date. Yeah, that is just returning start date. So what we do here is just remove this line, Shazam. And it's going to tell us it's got private access. That's fine. I see. Yeah, this is all a mess. This really is a mess. Okay, how do we want to address this? If start date equals null, yeah, okay, no, that's all correct. But we're actually going to do this. Set start date. There we go. I'm going to do the same down here because we're not going to do direct access anymore, because this just makes it more testable and more obvious what's going on. There we go. Had to refresh the stream. It hung there for a bit for me. That unless anybody else is having a lot of problems, even then that may well be a Twitch issue. Are we ending date? No, there we are, end date. Come back there. Okay. Just thinking. We can actually do this. Set start date. Okay, so start date and end date we moved across. That's good. What else do we want to move across? Let's jump back there. Whatever. Nothing on. Okay, so it's just a U issue. Okay. I'm sorry you had a U issue, but I am glad it is only a U issue. All right. So it's the first thing we want moved over. Next. What the hell is N months being used? So N stands for number. Number months. Is that like the duration? N months, 12. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okie dokie. So we're going to jump up here. We're going to start by renaming that to duration. And where's get length? All this. Get duration in months. Set duration in months. Okay. Duration, however, is coming with us. You live here now, duration. And we make it private. It's already private. Good. So remember, we're making things private specifically so it breaks stuff. Now you might be thinking, oh, some of this code seems really old, not very good. There is a very, very specific reason why. And what we're not doing is we are not updating code. We're just trying to do as close to a pure migration as we can. And the reason we're doing that is, the reason why we're doing that is to try and reduce the chance that we're going to hit some snags. Okay, so come back here where our errors, duration, so we can do this instead. Set duration 12. There we go. Do we need to do this? Oh, no, it's not, because it's set duration in months. There we go. Let's do... No, we shouldn't need this. The entire population master says, if you wanted to upgrade the code later, would it be harder than you did now? No. It wouldn't. So right now you have to. So stake the dog is correct. You migrate to fix rather than fix to migrate. So the reason why you don't want to be fixing as you go, except for some really egregious stuff like we did a couple of seconds ago, is you want to have your attention focused on just a pure migration. You just want to move stuff, keeping it intact. Otherwise, you're more likely to introduce bugs as you go. And then the next stage is then go through and modernize the code. So for example, we've got get and set duration a month. It'd be so much better to just have it say, oh, give me the duration in months, here's the current date, and for then to cross-reference. But that's not something we can do right now. We can, but it would be a mistake to try and do that right now. The reason why I fixed the bug with start dates a second ago was because there was no chance I was going to remember to fix that later. Okay, I don't know why I closed contract. We need that back open. We haven't finished with you yet. However, we have done a bunch of migrations, so before we move on, let's just boot up MekHQ and see if it works. Radar says it's like moving furniture. Move it all first, and then you replace that couch you don't like anymore. Basically, it's worse than moving furniture, because moving furniture doesn't have that one wonky leg that someone duct taped together 10 years ago that you can't see. Or a cushion that you have to position on the couch in a particular way, otherwise the entire couch catches fire. Okay, what's the error we're getting here? Mission cannot be converted to ATB contract. Aha! Here is our first problem. So, mission can no longer be converted into ATB contract because ATB contract no longer has a direct inheritance to mission. How do we want to do this? How? Steak the Dog says the forward of the couch spontaneously catching fire due to a cushion is funny too. Yeah, it's quite an amusing concept. How on earth do we want to do this? Okay, let's try something. No, that's just gonna fucking break everything. So the problem is, we no longer have a direct line of inheritance to mission, because contract extends abstract contract. It does not extend mission. I wonder. We can do this in C#, but I don't know if we can do this in Java. Cyclical inheritance, fuck. So the problem is abstract contract. Oh no, I am so dumb. Cannot extend multiple classes. Fudge. Because I would really like for us not to have to do this all blind. But if we can't find a way, I could have swore you can extend multiple classes. Java extend multiple classes. In Java, a class cannot extend multiple classes. Okay, so you straight up can't in Java. God bless Stack Overflow. Here's another thing. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I want to come back to the Java topic. Like when you are, not Java, the AI, when you're searching for stuff programmatically in Google, check out Stack Overflow. Don't just use the AI answer at the top. You're going to get a much more comprehensive response. Okay. Fudge. So because contract now directly extends abstract contract, it no longer extends mission. And as a result, ATB contract by extension no longer extends mission. However, I am not in a position where I can start retiring the typecasting from ATB that's all over the code base. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to have to temporarily chain the inheritance and then break it later. Let's see what happens. King Mal says Java can implement multiple interfaces but not extend multiple classes. Yeah. No, I knew it could for interfaces, and just in my optimistic mind, I hoped that we could do that for classes. Thinking about it, I totally get why it can't. Like, yeah, no, it makes sense, but yeah, no, it makes sense, but it would be nice. I think you can extend multiple classes in C# though, or I could just be making things up. So everything's booting up fine. I don't actually know. I do need to boot into a campaign. Yeah, I could have swore you can extend. I'm not gonna sit here and guess. I'm waiting for MekHQ to boot up. C# extend multiple classes. No, okay. So apparently I am thinking, even in C#, I'm thinking of interfaces. Shows what I know. Okay, let's go over to MekHQ. So we're just going to boot up a new campaign. So my original plan was to make a contract interface. However, speaking with other members in the dev team, I was told it'd be better to use an abstract, which I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever. Abstracts are relatively easy to work with. If we were using an interface, then we would be able to do what we're doing. But I kind of feel like if we were using an interface, it actually would have broken in a different way, and it wouldn't have actually made it easier. So abstract is, ooh, what's this? Person is null. Why is person null? Person, why you null? To IntelliJ. Did we break that, or has this been broken forever? Find out in a second. Where's the evil green text? There it is. Oh. We have a null person. I see. Okay, so this is actually a bug that very nearly made it into if person equal null, return. Silly Illiani. Alrighty, so Thinky think. We're gonna add a null check here as well. No, because we're not actually applying it. We are? Yeah, we are. Okay. So we're gonna need to actually push this because this is actually a bug in current. So that will need to get fixed before we can proceed. So what we'll do is we'll get ourselves to a position where we can commit, and then we are going to go ahead and quickly push that fix. So we've got like just under 2 hours left on stream. Depending on where we end up, what I might end up doing is doing a bit of a longer stream today because I've got nothing on tonight. And I would like to get as much of this done as possible because I really don't want to dwell in this stage as long as too long. So you may find this is a longer stream than normal. If so, I will need to stop at in 2 hours to take the upstairs doggies out for a bit, but that will take like 10 minutes. We'll see. It's going to largely come down to where we end up. Okay. Go away, go away, go away. Bugger off. That hasn't thrown up an error. Okay. So that means so far what we're doing is good. We are now going to go ahead and head back to IntelliJ, and we're actually going to merge. We're going to, commit this lot. Not you. And then we're going to have to head into a new branch, which is going to be Crunchy. Radar says, Dr. Null, now your local commissary. There we go. And what I'll do is off stream, I'll petition Hammer until he merges this before the nightly tonight. So let's go over to not MekHQ, Safari, the MekHQ fork thingy. Actually, let's go back to where we were a second ago. I want to have a quick butchers to see if we can be a bit more paranoid about this. So what other statics have we got? Okay. Let us just protect ourselves. This shouldn't be accessed elsewhere, so that should be fine. For person and crew. If person equal null. Continue. Okay, I've already got a check there. Oh, this will actually throw an error if it's... Okay, so we're already checking it's not empty. Okay, that's good. We're just verifying we're not getting any more nasty little bugs. Okay, so that should protect that. That's a private static. This is a private static. This is private static, so we don't really need the null protection here. We're going to leave it in place because it's not going to hurt. But we do need the null protection here because this is being accessed from elsewhere. Everything else is public. Oh, public. If we're doing a public static, we should have a null protection. Because otherwise, anybody could just pass a null value into here, and it's just going to go and break stuff. So we might as well add the nullable tags. It just tells people that, hey, we are successfully handling naughty little nulls in here. There we go. I do like Dr. Null. Okay, I realized I was in IntelliJ the whole time. I do apologize. There we go. So that'll get, I'll make sure that gets popped in. Yeah, it's the auto rank system. That was auto ranks your ranks. I'm not going to fix that typo. I can't be asked. I like how Psychanic just slides back into chat just to comment on my awful grammar. Okay, so that's that handled. We are now going to go back to, we're going to favorite this because I want this in a second. We're going to head back to abstract contract. And what we're now going to do is we're going to merge in the fix from the auto ranks fix. And the reason we're doing that is just to make sure we're not going to hit that bug every time we try and build. And it's just going to mean that we don't have to think about it. We're not going to get a whole bunch of false positives. But that done, we are, unfortunately, now back in here. Employer. Yeah, I guess employer could be something we could add to abstract contract. That seems like something we'd want. Actually, before we before we muck around with employment, I am going to go back and do something. So rather than having these all protected, I am actually going to make these private, which will then force inheritors to actually use the getters and setters directly. And this is going to protect us from just weird stuff. And if we ever need to override the getter and setter, it's going to make sure we're protecting us that way as well. It means we're going to have to do a little bit of extra work, but it's not like too much. We're also going to get complained at by ATB contract, but that's okay. Psychotic says, do you know how many spaces I had to add after Convoy? Half the uses of Convoy had no space behind it. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, the Convoy event thing. So I don't know what's happened there because those spaces existed the last time I was in there. But I have noticed that white spaces have kind of poofed across the code base, and it weren't me. So something happened while I was away that ate a whole bunch of white spaces. But I haven't had a chance to look at it yet to figure out what's going on there. Do we not have scenarios? Oh. Okay, so it looks like we don't actually have set scenarios, so we should go down and add that. Get scenarios. Yeah, we don't have set scenarios. The white space eater escaped containment. Yeah, someone hit everything with formatting, I suspect, and it just ate a whole bunch. Holy crap, there's a dude who has a 3-foot 4-inch vertical. What on earth does that mean? And is it PG-13? He can jump straight up almost 4 feet. That's impressive. So we don't need that anymore because we can just, or that. That's redundant, apparently. Oh, no, it's not redundant. Reverse. Oh, no. Okay, it is. Sorry, I thought... it doesn't matter what I thought. It wasn't. It's not important. So we can get rid of some of this. Do we have get visible? We do. And that is identical, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, and here's some deprecated stuff that I missed earlier. Mucking up. So we're renaming that. Get description. Probably means we have a set. Oh no, we do have set description. Okay, that's cool. Still have some more. So by doing this, it isn't strictly necessary, but it does make certain things easier down the line, and it just makes for neater code. There's just a lot of advantages, even if it is a fucking pain in the ass. Control Z, yeah. Let's see if there's any more. That looks like we've done them all. I suspect there's going to be some over in ATB contracts, so let's press play and see what happens. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to just exhale right into the microphone. There we go. Okay, so everything's booting up. Let's launch ourselves a contract. We're going to pick a random faction just to make sure everything goes through the processes. It should do, knock on wood, and then we'll see where we're at. And I promise, this stuff will get a lot more interesting in the coming days. It's just that I'd say I have a surprise for you guys later. I'll show it off before the end of the stream. I'm not going to give any teasers. I will say it's not MekHQ related, but I do have a surprise for you guys later. And I need to test it. I need to make sure it's going to work. So I'll show you the surprise later. But we will be taking, after the launch of 51.0, there'll be a period where I'm available for support, and then I'll be going on break from MekHQ for a couple of weeks. So the plan is to get this particular part of the project, the integration of abstract, done before we step away from MekHQ for a couple of weeks to recharge. But that all looks good. So let's just log this as further progress. Progress. There we go. Okay, what is next on our agenda? What's the warning? Doesn't care about that. Okay, back to the top of the class. And now to see. So contract right now is extending mission. It has to. We don't have a lot of choice there. So we were going to move across employer. Interesting. Duration's never accessed. That doesn't sound right. Because that's got 29 uses. So I assure you, it is definitely accessed. Duration equals months, that's correct. It's because here, get duration in months is different. I see. So what we actually need to do is we need to come back into contract. We made a boo-boo. And we need to find... let's compare it to main. Because we did make a boo-boo. We shouldn't have got rid of its get duration in months. Should be under get duration. It's under get length. Okay. Which is just straight up returning duration. Okay. And we are in contract. Yes. So we're going to come back here. Get duration in months. It's going to return duration. We can't do get duration because get duration is 1. Oh, what we can do is we can okay, here's what we can do is under contract we can do this, but then if we go to mission, what we do here is we get duration. Pink Bully asks what we're working on. I will tell you in just a second because it's a lot. We're working on a lot today. There we go. So this allows us to have our cake and eat it, which means on contract we no longer need get duration. Okay, what are we working on today? So we are actually starting on some work in preparation for 51.01, not the upcoming 51.0, because development on 51.0 has, for the most part, stopped now. But what we're doing here is we are putting in the initial groundwork for a complete overhaul of how contracts are handled in MekHQ, including the contract market, including contract generation, negotiation, the lot. But right now we're just doing the prep work. We're converting our 3 different contract types to have them all inherit from an abstract, and we're just kind of slowly but surely moving stuff over to the abstracts right now. Okay, so employer getting. Let's go back to our getters. Okay, let's pop that down here. So it says we don't have employer. Okie dokie. So did we actually transfer it over or did we do a dumb? I'm going to go with we did a dumb. That sounds like something we would do. We did in fact do a dumb. Okay, that's fine. String employer. helps with a spell. Okay. And again, we're marking all these as private specifically so that the inheritors are forced to use getters and setters and not direct access. That just creates cleaner code. Direct access is fine if it's internal. If you're moving between different classes, we should always be, even inheritors, we should always be using getters and setters. Okay, so we've got 3 errors, but that's okay. That's what we're expecting. CM Peterson says, of course, I'm a minute or two late to hear the answer to what you're working on. It's okay. Because we're working on significantly more interesting stuff, I'm expecting to hear it a lot. So if you give me a second to do what I am doing right here, because I don't want to fuck it up, I will tell you in just a jiffy. There we go. Let's boot. It's just going to take a couple of seconds to boot up so we can see what other errors we need to make. So what are we working on? We are working on the groundwork needed to do some cool stuff in 51.01's dev cycle, where we are about to completely overhaul. Oh, that's something I forgot to do. We're going to completely overhaul how contracts are stored and interact with. So that's going to include a new contract market. It's going to include new ways to negotiate your contracts. It's going to include a massive overhaul of the back end, how contracts are generated. This is going to touch everything. But right now, we're just working on the basic architecture to set MekHQ up into a position where we can do our cool new thing without needing to be fighting the crusty old code. So we're expecting this is probably what we're going to be working on for the foreseeable. Now we do have our breakaway from MekHQ. We're going to take our break for a couple of weeks after after 51.0's launch period is cooled down, because I don't take breaks during the launch period because that's when I'm needed most on the player facing side. So once that period's wear down, we're going to take a couple of weeks off. I do have a surprise for you guys in relation to the couple of weeks off that I'll be showing off at the end of the stream today. And stream's going for another hour and a half at least. We may overrun, but that's okay. But I will show you the surprise later. And yeah, so I will still be around streaming while we're having time off, but I won't be streaming MekHQ. But I don't want to say too much more because I don't want to spoil the surprise. Okay, so this is working. We'll be getting so many errors right now if the contracts are broken, so I don't need to worry about that. So we've moved over employer, so we're just going to checkpoint it. There we go. So we're checkpointing a lot because we're doing relatively fragile stuff, and it's so much easier to jump back 1 step than it is to jump back 10. Okay, so we've got payment multiplier, command rights, overhead. Yeah, we can work with this. So payment multiplier is going to be our next one we're going to move over. Okay, that goes away now. We're going to have this back to abstract. So if you're wondering why I'm constantly jumping between abstract contract and abstract mission here, it's because of the inheritance. ATB contract, which is another class, inherits from contract, which previously inherited from mission. What we're now doing is having everything inherit only from abstract contract. But that means ATB contract completely breaks because it then doesn't have a direct link to mission, which it relies on to work. And we don't want to deal with that right now. So when we're developing with extends abstract contract. When we're running with extends mission, because mission extends abstract contract. So we get to the same route, we just take a more circuitous path to get there. It's yeah, like as I said at the beginning of the stream, if it sounds complicated, it's because it is. I'm not gonna tell you it isn't. It is. It's unnecessarily complicated, and that's why we're changing it. Once we're done, everything is going to inherit from abstract contract. There's not going to be this chain of inheritance that we need to worry about. Okay, so we're going to rename this. We're going to rename it to payment multiplier. rather than set multiplier, because set multiplier doesn't really tell you what it's related to. It's a multiplier. Cool. What are we setting it for? Whereas payment multiplier at least give you something more to work with. I don't know what S stands for, but it now stands for multiplier. There we go. Yeah, let's go for payment multiplier. Blah, 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 blah. And then this wants to then migrate back to abstract contract. There we go. And just double check, are we on private? Yes, we're on private. Perfect. There should be a setter. Yes. Set payment multiplier. There we go. Okay, so that's that done. So, Pink Bully says, this is giving me Java class flashbacks, not good ones. Yeah, no, this has been needed for about half a decade, but it's not fun, it's not cool, it's not enjoyable, it's not cognitively interesting, it is just homework. And Pink Bully just says, oh, holy F block. Yeah, this is how for many years we loaded your campaign data. This is awful. Now, I will say, in the defense of developers for aeons past, this is just how Extreme works, and it is not good. We hate Extreme. We hate Extreme so much. It has caused us so many problems over the years. We will be updating this. We're going to be updating this to use a switch, which isn't much better, but it is better. But scroll back. I don't think we need mission anymore. So scroll back to the top. And now we're going to move over overhead comp. Do you want to move over? Let's move over command rights next. So we're not trying to have any kind of organization here. Radar says a switch. Why not a switch 2? Ooh, okay. So the entire population of Mars, I will get to your question in a second, CM Peterson, I didn't miss it, but the entire population of Mars says, if I could have MegaMek magically transferred into any other coding language, which would you pick? Oh, I know my answer to that. I'm going to put a pin in that, I'll come back to that. CM Peterson says, when you're updating contracts, are we going to be able to GM edit all the parts of contract? That is the intention. The entire contract creation and market are going to be completely overhauled. They will not be using any of the current code. So the intention is to completely break it open, allow you guys to do whatever the fuck you want, and also have a contract market that has a UI that's half decent. I just need some water. I'm getting a bit of the old tickle in the back of the throat. So, back to the entire population of Mars question. I can tell you without even pausing C#. Why C#? Well, since we're not doing anything particularly interesting, I can just half mind this. So, the reason why I would want to move to C# is because it's similar enough to Java that all of our devs could realistically move to it without suddenly being in a situation where half of us don't know how anything works. Give me a second, I need to extend. There we go. Whereas if we were in a situation where we move to, say, C++, Python, blah, 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 blah. Like, if we had any of the other languages, we would essentially be starting back at day zero, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for the project directly. It would be a bad thing for the project progressively. It would take us decades to get to a point where we are now. Psychanic says, how many lines of code are getting removed? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. A lot. This is a massive overhaul that's touching nearly every area of the code. Pink Bully says, why not? What about Kotlin? I've never personally used Kotlin, so I can't comment on that. I have used Python, I have used C#, I have used Unity. Not Unity, that's my next point. I have used C#, and the benefit of using C#, I was going to move on to this, is it's an addition of us just being able to transfer all of our current knowledge. It also has the added benefit of, give me a second. No, that's not, I've copied across the wrong. It also has the benefit of allowing us to use Unity. And let me tell you, as someone who has used Unity a lot, there is a lot of problems with Unity. Unity is not, Unity has problems. But having access to a real game engine would allow us to do so much more than we currently can. Right, we didn't get any errors. That's suspicious. Just making sure I have it set to private. Let me just scootle over. Okay, oh, we're already using getters and setters. Okay, I can work with that. CM Peterson says they're planning on doing an old-style ATB campaign, which will mean a lot of manual entry, but that's how it used to be. I remember those days. But yeah, I honestly do not know how many lines of code are going to be added, how many lines of code are going to be edited, but it's going to be a lot. It is going to be a lot. And things will be broken. I mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but we'll be launching a project to. Oh, I need to overload you. To mass. We're having a mass testing project like we did back in the day of when campaign operations was getting rewritten, and when we did salvage and stuff like that. We have a more than salvage, but we're gonna put an announcement out. We're gonna get everybody we can to try and play with it to find what's broken, because contracts are not going to be clean. It isn't. The amount of classes I'm having to touch from this is significant. Like, we haven't even finished the first stage, the prep, and we are already touching 17 classes. How many lines of code is the project singing at now? God, I do not have an answer to that. I encounter several classes that are over 10,000 lines long. So we have hundreds of classes, a few million, maybe. I doubt we're at a billion. We're definitely over a million by a lot, like a lot. How many lines are in any code? Like, it isn't really something that's easily answerable. It's kind of like saying, oh, how many letters are in this book? Many. Okay, next up, overhead compensation, which we are going to rename because overhead comp is a bad variable name. We don't like that. Can I spell compensation? Yes, apparently. Oh, that's nice. So as you can see here, we are not having any of this stuff in a particularly organized pattern. We're just dumping it over into abstracts because making it pretty comes later. Right now, our only objective is getting it working. I still have no idea what S stands for here, but now it stands for overhead compensation. And so here, example, this S here, this is specifically why, one of the good examples of why I no longer allow pull requests that have single letter and abbreviated variable names to pass. Like, if you have a look here, like, we have no idea what S stands for. Maybe it's setter. The entire population of Mars says S stands for hope, obviously. Yeah, like, you need to make sure that your variable names are understandable to somebody 30 years into the future. There we go. Okay, that's all looking good. Let's boot up MekHQ to make sure nothing's exploded, and then we can move on to the next stage. Oops. I meant to only do one thing at a time, accidentally, because command rights and overhead. We forgot to change the inheritance. Oh, this is incredibly annoying. King Mal says yes stands for something. Radar says it could stand for shite. Psychotic says, I mean, unless you have a digital book, counting the letters in a book would also be a pain. That was kind of the point I was making. Where was I? I was... No, that should be fine. Okay. So what was I going to say? So it's actually, the single letter is a good example. I once encountered a variable named C for Charles. And I was like, okay, well, C frequently stood for contract. It could stand for campaign. It was often standing for count. That one at least makes sense. And so C was used a lot. Just a variable name called C was used everywhere in our code base. And I came across the area code and I was desperately trying to fathom what the fuck did it mean? Because it was like C, blah, 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 blah. And okay, well, fine. But what does C mean? And it took me a long ass time to finally figure it out. C, in this case, stood for how many battle armor were in the unit. Because C stood for count of battle armor. Just reading through what we got here, that seems legit. Radar says it should be written as battle armor count. I'm not sure if that capitalization, capitalizing the B, lowercase a, capital C was a joke, but it hurt me. It hurt me. It should have been battle armor count, yes. The first B should be lowercase, the A should have been capitalized. But yeah, no, that was the beginning of my crusade against single letter and abbreviated variable names. That was my parents were killed in a dark alley moment. I became the knight. I became no fucking abbreviated variable names, man. Or not man, I guess. Go. Okay, that should all be good. Camel Kiss, yes. No fucking abbreviated variable names, Gal, yeah. No, we use, I don't know what, it's camel case. I don't know what the specific type, because there's multiple types of camel case. I forget what the specific type of camel case is where the first letter is lowercase. You will see in some, so our code style is variable names are always starting in lowercase, so we got straight support here. But class names always start capitalized, like abstract contract here. It's also why, and I'll type it in chat, you'll see me, I always, just out of habit, write auto awards like this. Because back when I wrote that, that was the name of the folder, the directory that auto awards lived in. I mean, still technically is. So that's auto awards with the lowercase a is the package name for auto awards. Oh, Pink Bully says it's just called camel case for lowercase start and Pascal for uppercase. Oh, okay. Learn anything new every day. all the way to the top again. Okay, battle loss comp. Well, we know we're going to rename that. And yes, I'd like to rename them all. Oh, we got some sneaky S's sneaking in. What are we dealing with here? So as you can see, a lot of what we're doing right now is very, very basic stuff. So this is the kind of thing where if we were a real company with real budgets, we would absolutely, like I would 100% be pestering Hammer into letting me find a sacrificial intern. Because this stage, anybody could do, any one of you guys could do what I'm doing right here. It does not require a lot of code knowledge, or really knowledge about the greater code base either. It's very, very simple stuff. But yeah, this is absolutely a job for the sacrificial intern. Radar says, I love how the artillery is off map in this mission I just finished, and I was still able to capture some of the crew. Did they just not get liked by the crew and got thrown out as they drove away? See, that's it. It was a sacrificial intern that was off getting sandwiches for everybody, and they just drove off. The corporate world is fueled by sacrificial interns. Ooh, we're getting a whole bunch of extra stuff here. I'm happy enough for this to get moved over. That's all fine. Radar says there's 3 interns then from 3 separate bits. Yeah, no, it makes sense, you know. They're brought in by you know, some recruitment guy just setting up a stall at a local polytechnic. You know how it goes. Talking about how the company's not a business, it's a family. How everybody has unlimited PTO, but nobody uses it. Oh, Radar managed to get a working Manticore. A Manticore is such a good mech. Not mech, what am I talking about? Such a good tank. Okay, looks like we've got some other variables that need fixing. I'm just checking, what is this originally? This is salvage percent. Okay, set get salvage percent. Okay, let's jump over here because I saw that we actually have salvage percent string. I think you hear me clucking my tongue. Okay, it's worth noting that not everybody is as anally retentive as me when it comes to this stuff, and this stuff actually made a lot of sense back in the days of C and similar, where you had such strict memory constraints that you really couldn't justify unnecessarily long variable names. It just doesn't make any sense now in today's computers. Back to contract. I'm not checking every one of these because there really just isn't a need, because this is all really basic stuff. But I am still doing it one at a time because we're not in a rush. This is going to take as long as it takes. And it is far, far better for us to take our time with this and do it properly than it is for us to rush and then have to come back. Why don't you give me my errors? Give me my errors, damn it. So it's telling me we've got errors, but it doesn't want to show me them. Did I accidentally tell it not to? Whatever, not important. We can find our errors ourselves. There they are, they finally turned up. We can find our errors ourselves the old-fashioned way, I was going to say. There we go. Interesting. It's because this is salvage exchange. That's why. Yeah, we have a really weird thing when it comes to booleans. The getters are prefaced with is rather than get, and I've never found a I've never found a style guide that suggests that. It's just, yeah, no, it's just how it works. I'm like, whatever, okay, fine, but it's just an odd one. Okay. Do we have much left? We don't have much left. What other salvage stuff do we have? Okay. Yeah, we should probably move over these so we can have all the salvage stuff in one place. And these, I am actually going to do them at the same time because they're going to be basically identical, and I don't want to. While I don't want to rush, I also don't want to unnecessarily go slow without reason. I don't know why. There we go. I don't know why it's taking so long, but that's fine. We're not in any rush. Okay. There is a lot of getters and setters here. So if I look for something that's actually in the method. Okay. Money L. What does L mean? Well, I suppose at least it's just not S for a change. Maybe L stands for long? Because I think monies are stored as a long. Yeah, money seems legit. Interestingly, we don't have subtracted by employer. This is hiding. It's not hiding. Okay. Whatever. Ours is not to question why. Ours is just to see what the errors are. The Charge of the Light Brigade is actually a poem I had to study when I was at school in England, and my dad decided that he wanted me to get really, really good grades, so he made me every day of a particular summer write a fresh essay on the Charge of the Light Brigade. And how I didn't come to utterly loathe that poem, I have no idea. The best part was the Charge of the Light Brigade wasn't even in the final exam. Like, it wasn't even a marked, graded thing. It was just something that we were given by the teacher to practice during our school holiday. Because fuck me, I guess. The entire population of Mars says it sounds like madness. Yeah, no, it's I love my dad. He does get some interesting ideas sometimes. Okay, we are making decent progress. Like, I'm pretty happy with the progress we're making. So this we can absolutely use, but for this, because we need to bring this over, but we're going to actually make this significantly better. Rather than a public string of events, we're going to make an enum. Transport compensation, that's our next target, which means it needs a rename. Don't worry about the squiggly red lines you might sometimes see underneath here. That's working as intended. There's a lot of errors in the program right now because of how inheritance works. It's not a problem. That's specifically why we keep having to change the inheritance when we're testing. Oh, looks like our friend S has returned. Oh, radar's finished with Arrakis. You can finally leave. I kind of feel like that's what House Atreides thought as well, and then they just never could leave. Okay, that should all be good. I am legally required to remind you all that this isn't even the final class we need to do this for. Okay, I am at the point now where we're just going to do a bunch at a time. I feel like we've got a system in place significantly so that we're not likely to make stupid mistakes. But let's just fucking speed this along. Otherwise, we are going to be here forever. Oh, look, it's chunking along trying to analyze the code. Okay, I am going to step away from the computer real quick because my water is out. I'll be right back. And I am back. There we go. Back into the IntelliJ mines we return. So MRBC actually should be capitalized because so this should be a setter, not a getter, because it is an abbreviation. Okay, we're actually going to reverse a little bit because I realize in my haste to get these through. All right, this is. I have seen the light. I understand now my mistake, so we won't be doing a whole bunch at once because I can already see some errors that were going to come up. So we're going to take the warning. We're going to go, yes, thank you, MekHQ. You taught us our lesson. We're going to take our time. Because haste makes waste. Whatever the saying is, haste makes me an asshole or makes a fool of me. You guys get the gist, I'm sure. That's all good, except that should not be B. For what? Boolean? And I guess maybe B stands for Boolean. We don't need to do it. We don't need to live like that anymore. Interesting that we don't have a get MRBC fee. What do we have? It appears we don't have a getter at all for the MRBC. Are we just direct accessing everywhere? Certainly looks like it. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. No, pay MRBC fee is returning MRBC. Okay, so here's our getter. Here is our getter. Get MRBC fee. I think Bully says, but now it's going to use bytes of more memory, or bits rather. Yeah. In this RAM economy, I really should be more considerate of our users. This is actually a setter, not a getter. Okay, MRBC percentage. We'll move that over later. As you can see, I'm not really worrying about the statics right now. That is another problem. Actually, we need to get it here. Dum 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 dum. The one question is, do I want the MRBC fee here? Maybe. In that case, we will move the static over for now. And we're moving it here. So this is normally where I'd have statics, but we're having it here right now because I want it to be there. But what we are going to do is, rather than making it a public static, we're going to make it a private static, because I want CV percentage. I want developers to have to reach in here, because that then allows us to override this if at a later date. We've already defined this? Oh, we have, haven't we? If at a later date we want to change the fee for a particular class, this will make it much easier. Whereas if we're just doing a global static, it's going to be a massive fucking pain in the ass. Now, this does mean anywhere that we were using the global static previously does need to get updated. But it looks like it's in a grand total of 2 places, so I think we're good. Okay, I am going to flip this over to mission so that we can run MekHQ and see if there's any nasty little complaints. And while we're waiting for MekHQ to run, if you're enjoying the stream and you haven't already, definitely hit that follow button or subscribe if you're feeling spicy but never feel like you have to. I'm not too bothered about that. If you're on YouTube, hit the follow, hit the little bell thingy, subscribe, whatever it is. You know how it works if you're on YouTube. Just do the thing. Hi, Hammer. Glad you're able to join us today. We're killing ATB. That's basically what it boils down to. We are going through the process of retiring the final holdout of core ATB code, so that we can come on with a brand new contract generation, negotiation, market system. So right now we're just doing the architectural side of things. So nothing broke, so that means we know we are good. So we can commit and move on to the next line. And you'll see Hammer and myself, we joke about killing ATB. Like, and I feel it is very imperative in this humor failure society that we live in, that I have to emphasize we are joking. This is a joke. We fucking love ATB. Like, everybody on the team, even those that don't necessarily like what ATB became or whatever, we all universally love what ATB has done for the game. And so when you see us celebrating the death of ATB, it is not celebrating the death of ATB. It is celebrating what removing ATB means for the project. Because for years now, the project has been a bit at a standstill because of ATB. Because everything is so tightly wound, we cannot move forward onto newer, bigger projects while still being constrained by ATB. What Hammer says, we're not killing it, we promote it to a Solomon cluster. Yeah, no, ATB's legacy will live on. But if you want things like persistent op4s, which I know you all do, no matter how many times I tell you it's a bad idea, if you want persistent op4s, ATB has to die. It's just as simple as that. If you want the cool new stuff that you guys have been asking for years that we want to give you, we have to kill ATB. Speaking of which, the death march continues. Naughty. We don't want abbreviated variable names. How many times do I have to rename percentage before the word just stops having meaning? And you might think that this is a weird place for a static. It's because I want to keep all the statics and the variables that I've taken from one place in the same area in the abstract, and then I'll organize them later. Probably not on stream because that's not gonna be interesting. This is barely interesting. That's gonna be really not interesting. That doesn't need to be there. Okay, down here. Oh, we got S. Our friend S is back. Radar says listening to me work on mundane stuff is interesting. I'm not sure if that says more about me as an entertainer or if it says more about you as a person. Oh god. Oh, fat thing is attacking here. That should all be good and grand. However, I do need to remember we need to switch back to abstract. God, that's annoying. Like, it is necessary. It saves us a lot of work, but having to keep remembering to switch from abstract to mission is it's something we have to do. It's definitely something we have to do. Advanced percentage should actually be advanced percentage. There we go. Because it is the percentage you get paid in advance. Sounds like Radar is having a significantly better time on their new contract. Glad to see it. Okay. Signing bonus. Let's change that to signing bonus rather than sign bonus. I know it's reasonably obvious what it is, but for the sake of just switching that up, interesting. That didn't then change getters. That suggests to me that we're direct accessing that all over the shop, which is makes our life more interesting. And remember, when you're working with a refactor like here, oh no, we do have get signing bonus. It was just all no percent, bad. In fact, let's roll back this, and we're going to go ahead and how are we doing the others? We're doing a percentage. Okie go. And the reason why it didn't automatically fetch the others is because they're not named after the variable name, which is naughty. Liddy-dum-dee-dum. This all is rather boring for me and you. There we go. But hey, you can think of this very exciting process that we're going through right now as like you're paying your dues. You're paying your dues like you're paying rent on the really fun stuff we're going to be able to do later. And I'm really happy to say that Alitair has already pretty much indicated they're on board to cover the UI stuff as well, which means we're going to get a really sexy UI out of this. The thing I am most looking forward to not being a problem anymore is specifically the contract market dialogue. I really don't like the contract market dialogue. And back to the top. See, the number of variables here is we're getting further and further. Okay, hospital beds rented, kitchens rented, and holding cells rented. I know I can transfer these all three at the same time because I was the one that made them. So I know that they are going to be in compliance with how I like to do things. My finger's getting confuzzled. But yeah, is everybody looking forward to 51.0? I know some of you are already on the nightlies. And if Hammer's in chat, I've hinted that 51.0 is coming, but I don't know if Hammer wants to be a saucy bitch and tell us when it's coming. He may not want to. I know Hammer likes to keep these things private, but I figure the best I can do is ask for you guys if Hammer's still here. There we have it. You have it there, straight from the project lead's mouth. We are aiming 51.0 this weekend. Now, the usual disclaimers, we're not a professional outfit, so these things can change. I can tell you that we were intending to actually launch last weekend, or the weekend just gone. But we had someone on the team fall ill, and so we opted not to launch while they were still recovering. And so that's just an example how these things can change. If we're a professional outfit, there would be backup people to handle it, but you know, in this volunteer community, we can't be held to the same standards as your big budget AAA studios and the like. But this weekend, State of the Dog says still on 5011, haven't gone to 5012. So I will say that while I personally haven't played on 11 or 12, and I know 11 has a big nasty bug, I have been playing on 51.0 myself. Knock on wood, I think it's a really, really good release. We shall see. We shall see if that, you know, these things always can change. These things can always catch us out. But I am missing what I'm doing. But like right now, oh no, I did that. Yeah, so I did. Right now, I will say that I feel like 51.0, and anybody who's been on it can say in chat if they agree. I think it's in a really good position, and That's me knocking on wood. I will say that I believe, personally, that this is a milestone candidate. Now, whether that holds to be true, these things are always a massive question mark because we can't declare a milestone until it's been out for a few weeks and we get people playing it and telling us, yes, we think this is a milestone, no, we don't think it's a milestone. But from what I personally, emphasis important, from what I personally have played, I think that this is a milestone candidate. We've done a really, like I say, I am just one cog in the machine. The team as a whole has done a really, really good job with 51.0. Like I was saying earlier, over 300 PRs of varying sizes for in MekHQ alone. So, Stake the Dog, there is a major bug in 5011. I don't know the details, but it can cause scenarios to just brick. So as I say, I don't know the details of the bug, but you already know about it? Okay, cool, yeah. And I would say when 51 comes out, if you're still on 11, you really should move over to 51. What we just did now, this move over, has... I'm just reviewing. Has like 50 odd errors we're now having to deal with. That's fun. Stick Dogs, I don't think it affects a campaign in the 2790s. If it's the bug, I think so. If the C3 bug is what I now keep in mind, I wasn't with the project. It was during my sabbatical, which is what we're calling me losing my temper and leaving for a while. We're calling it my sabbatical. Let's just like run with it. While I was on my sabbatical, I wasn't keeping I wasn't paying attention to what was happening, but I believe it could affect a Star League campaign if you have C3 that hits ECM. I just don't remember when C3 was invented. Oh, okay, Hammer says you're good. You're good. If Hammer says you're good, you're good. So what's happening with all these here is we are just directly referencing the value. And so we're just going to go through and we're going to tell it to not directly reference. And again, it makes for cleaner code. And it also means that if we ever want to change the setter and getter for whatever reason, we can. And have I been doing the wrong thing this entire time? I have. Whoopsie-doodles. No. Okay, that's correct. Then it transfers a transit. Oh, I am definitely at the part of the day when I'm saying, what do I fancy for dinner? I think tonight I'm going to do myself a chicken salad. That transit amount. Why is it voided? Okay. We are going to come back to that to see why. Oh, I know why it's deprecated. It's going to be deprecated because we're direct accessing everywhere. And so when text came through, he would have seen it as not being used and then deprecated it. Transport, get transport. Get transit. Get support. There we go. Just need to have that. C3 is post Freddy Freddy? Oh, okay. Psychetic asks, that old code? This is all old code. This is all old code. Like, I'm not going to go through the process to work out when this was added, but this is very old code that we're working in here now. If you think about contract payment calculations, which is what we're working here, like if you imagine that's, I'm just checking overhead, transport, transit, support, signing bonus. We don't want signing bonus. If you think about how early being paid for a contract would have to be implemented into the game for it to function, that can give you an idea of like how old this is. That should be a setter. That's also a setter. Okay, I am just gonna sit back in my chair for a bit, just chill, because I'm making a few silly mistakes, and that means I'm getting tired, and that means I should just like chill for a moment, let my eyes readjust, have a read of chat, and give my brain a break, because we've been working on this solidly for like 3.5 hours. So Radar's confirming that production for C3 was 3050. Okay. So much of the cool stuff was introduced during the Star League and being an innovative pilot, and I don't really play very often post Civil War. Really post Clan Invasion, that it's easy enough for me to forget that sort of thing. PS359, welcome back to chat, says, man, I just got absolutely pasted in a PvP game of MegaMek. I blame no one in particular except Illiani. I am more than happy to take the blame and the credit. In fact, I'm more than happy to take the credit for any ammo or cockpit crits that you take. I will take that upon myself. PS5 Psychatic asks, of the PGI sculpts you've seen, which is your favorite and which is your least favorite aesthetically? So I don't have a favorite or least favorite PGI sculpt. I don't think much about the I don't think very often, I should say, about the PGI sculpts, because I only really care about the official ones. But and this is why I had to correct myself about not thinking about them very much. I am incredibly grateful for PGI, for all the sins that you can place at PGI. Like, the one sin you cannot say, like, PGI are the reason we got the Unseen back. If PGI and then later Harebrained Studios hadn't stuck in their heels and said, no, these redesigned mechs are not are not copyright bound, and finally broke the Harmony Gold monopoly and like deadlock that Harmony Gold had on the game, if PGI hadn't done that, we would still be stuck haunting eBay in the vain hope that a metal marauder from the 70s and 80s happened to be on like sale that day. And as someone who enjoys 3025, let me tell you, the time before we got the unseens back was a dark and expensive time. Like, if you think like mech costs can get pricey now, imagine paying £50, not dollars, £50 for a single marauder, just because the only way you could get it was someone on eBay who happened to own it back in the day. And I will never not be grateful to PGI. And some credit needs to get extended to Hairbrain Studios as well, but PGI is what got the ball rolling. And those redesigned, those redesigned mechs that PGI put out, again, like them, dislike them, that's fine. But they are the reason why we have the new art now. Prior to PGI showing how much people liked mechs that actually look good, are what allowed Catalyst to then go ahead and make all the wonderful new art that we now have. The other thing, so Radar's mentioned this, and people often bring up the PGI Marauder as being weird. Keep in mind that the Marauder was the first of the Unseen that they really brought back. Like, it was the poster child. And so at that point, they didn't really know what they could get away with. So the PGI Marauder had to look distinctly different to ensure that they didn't get immediately attacked by Harmony Gold, which eventually they did anyway. Set signing bonus amount. But I don't mind that the Marauder looks weird, because if you think of it like from a legal standpoint, they didn't know where the legal line was, and it makes sense. And like, I am definitely not going to be a PGI apologist. I just want to be clear on that. I appreciate what PGI has done for the community, and I will sing their praises for that. I think they are better nowadays. Like, they have shown their love for the game through clans in particular. So I would say they're probably better nowadays, or at least better at hiding it. But PGI's done some scummy stuff. Like, and I'll sing their praises, but I've said this many, many times. You should always be willing to criticize the thing you love. Blind adoration does not improve. If you just blindly love something, you're not going to see it improve. You should always be critical of the things you love. And that goes to anything. Games, books, people. Like, you might love a celebrity, but you should still be willing to be critical of some of the scummy stuff they do. 5012. Okay, well, whatever. We need to keep that. Yeah, we need to keep this because we don't know if 51 will make a milestone yet. If it does, then we can get rid of this. But right now, yeah. PS359 says they hate Harmony Gold way more than PGI. Yeah. The Black Knight's such a good mech. I started watching Text Talks BattleTech's Black Knight last night. Okay, everything looks kosher. Okay, that's all looking good. So we're going to break this into mission, and then we are going to boot up MekHQ. I'm in for a treat, Radar says, about the Black Knight episode. Yeah, I just finished text like predominant, like setting the stage history side, and just about to get into the juicy stuff. Psychetic says, and technically aren't all the sculpts technically canon as different manufacturers, models, kits? Yeah, exactly. No, they are. They are. I think we're going to continue until we're done with contract. I don't have my heart to go through and do what we've just done to ATB contract, which is the next one. We're nearly finished with contract. I can't. PS359 says, in terms of bringing them to official event, yeah, any of the current or previous license holders of mechs are okay to bring. Technically, you can also bring the standees from battle droids. There's a certain amount of drama around 3D printed minis. Yes, and the thing is, like, so I will outright say I used to 3D print my BattleTech minis. I will emphasize that by saying, before I joined the MekHQ team. Like, I have not, my 3D printer hasn't even been turned on in months, years. But like, yeah, I used to 3D print my stuff, and I totally get why CGI really Tops is stomping down on it. And it's because if you think that Tops has invested millions of dollars into these new sculpts, they don't want someone else profiting off their investment. And again, because this is important, I do not, even for personal use, print my stuff anymore. I haven't since I joined the team, because that would create... it would be pretty shitty of me to be telling people on the Discord, hey, don't talk about 3D modeling, if I was literally doing it myself. So yeah. What am I doing? I am doing nothing because it works. Hurrah! Clap, 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 clap. Also, I'm in the wrong screen. Here, you can watch me close MegaMek. There it goes. Radar says, as long as CGL keeps putting out the mechs and Visa want. Well, the thing is, like, if CGL doesn't have what you want, Iron Wind probably does. Hey, buddy. Bandit's coming to say hi. Hey, little buddy, have you finished with your zoomies? You have? Okay. He wants lap time. He's a little bit upset because his other mum isn't it isn't, because like with my wife working in another state, he doesn't get to see her as much, so he's been getting a little bit clingy recently, because I think he's worried that I'm going to go as well. Psychetic says what CGL Tops could do is officially release STLs. The problem is, like, you release STLs and then you're immediately going to have someone trying to sell them. PS359 says, I think long term there'll be some way to allow 3D prints while everyone gets paid. Yeah, potentially. Like, we're heading into like stuff that I don't really want to talk about, honestly, because like it's bad enough that I had naughty minis before I joined the team. I would rather we drop the 3D printing talk, just because if someone from Catalyst happened to drop into stream for whatever reason, I would be very much prefer that they didn't see us talking about 3D printing. I'm not saying they would, and even though we have the big disclaimer, this is a private stream, it's just not worth talking about, honestly. Oh shit, we've done it. We have moved over all of the... Oh yeah, no, we've done it. We've moved over all of the variables. So let's just oh, we need to change you back to abstract. Listen here, Mr. Bandit, I would very much like to see my keyboard. Bandit, you make a better door than you do a window. Move. Good boy. He's seeing me typing on my keyboard. He keeps just trying to nudge my hand away. And thank you for correcting Psychetic, but I also want to emphasize that, like, you know, right now I look like a dude, I sound like a dude. Y'all are gonna call me dude by accident. It's cool. Like, so long as you're trying, that's all I ask. Okay, so with all of the variables moved over, let's go ahead and make ourselves an enum. And I never, ever remember the syntax for enums. Actually, we can just go mission. And we have a little enums house. Nice. So we don't need to worry about that. I need something simple. Combo roll? Yeah, you'll do. So we're going to copy this across. And we're going to call this overhead compensation. Boop. I believe on my I believe my pronouns are on Twitch, but it's not super important. Like, oh yeah, it is super important, but like Greyhawk, thank you for joining chat. So since we're changing the subject, I'm curious, is there anybody here who used to read Nicaragua's MekHQ playthroughs and Octopus Overlords? I have never heard that. Nicaragua is one of the older developers on MekHQ. They're still popping in every now and then, but they're not super active anymore. But they're the ones that developed Stratcon. Their code is exemplary. Okay, so do 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 do. Here we go. Oh. When on earth is that used? Oh, okay. Well, we don't need to include that then. How am I going to do this? We're going to do it like this. I don't know that we need... Yeah, I think if we do it like this, we don't need to include... Oh. This is pre-2020, okay. Take care, Radar, and I'll definitely catch you tomorrow with the Scrotorius Bastards, the continuation of that epic adventure. And for anybody unaware, the Scrotorius Bastards is our weekly ongoing MekHQ campaign, where I actually get the chance to play MekHQ instead of just developing it. Whee! Okay, let's get rid of some of our Boolean comparisons. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Yeah, that's probably important. Okay, so we're going to want to, we don't care about tooltips. That's all probably good, except that should need to read that, and that should read that. I don't know if we can do this. Does this work? Oh, it does work. Oh, no, that's an error. What about now? Hey! And that's to return label. Do we want to return a label? No, we don't. So we'll just leave that as returning name. No, we don't. We want just to return label equals get text at resource bundle. And then the key is going to be overhead compensage plus lookup name plus label. Make this a little bit neater. We don't need to have the extra plush. There we go. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just pressing the wrong buttons. So this needs to come after lookup name. So this label equals generate name. This index equals index. Should be an int. No, that's the wrong one. And this should be returning a void. However, we do need to get a getter, so public string get label return label. And we also want to have index public int get index, and it's all very simple stuff. Return index. So what we're doing here is, if I jump back over to the class, we have 4 statics that just live in the class. We're going to convert that. We're converting those over into an enum, and that's just going to be better. And seeing as we're only really using this here, we can actually just drop this down instead. Okay, label, why don't you? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and next up, generate name, why aren't you? Oh, I see. I see what our little error is. That should be final. And we should return string. There we go. Okay, so next up we need to make the resource bundle that it's going to pull from. But this is going to be an incredibly simple resource bundle. So we're just going to go and find one that we already know. Aggression's my usual template because I know it's already got the legal statement. And because we're not directly calling the resource bundle, its links aren't going to work. So it's going to incorrectly report as unused. So we just need to get rid of that. And I just need to... Oh, go on, what's happening here? Scroll all the way down to the bottom and delete this. So that's all good. Move this over here. And we just need to get a handful of entries. Nothing too exciting. I see chats moving away. Unfortunately, I am having to concentrate a little bit, so I do apologize that I'm not engaging with you all as much as normal, but it won't be forever. We'll be back to our usual nonsense in just a jiffy. There's just sometimes there are stuff that I do need to pay attention to, and I want to make sure I get it right so I don't just immediately introduce a whole slew of bugs for you all. There you go, and that looks good. Yeah, that's my usual one. Okay, so now that we've got this, we can go ahead and move to second. Yeah, okay. So now we've got all this done, we can actually go ahead and move to remove these entirely. So this is going to get us a whole bunch of errors. So because we want to see the errors, we're going to go ahead and convert to mission, just in case we're accessing it elsewhere. I suspect we're only accessing these in this class. So, oh, I clicked deny. I'm pretty chill when it comes to cuss words. There's just a couple that I'm just like, let's just not. No shade, you're all good. So now instead of oh non, we can do overhead compensation, and this basically does the exact same thing. And then we need to get the index. So get index. There we go. Psychotic says there was a typo that turned it into a slur. Listen. Whomst among us has not accidentally typoed a slur from time to time? Like, who? Let they who have not accidentally slurred throw the first stone and see that no stones are thrown. I think all of us have accidentally slurred. Like I know I've had some code reviews where Sleet or whoever, we're gonna come back and fix this one. I've had to comment about some naughty language in my This is going to be a little bit more complicated. So we need to do overhead compensation. Compensation equals overhead compensation. Pass from string. And it's actually going to have pass from integer. And we're going to go back over to overhead compensation. We're going to go to pass from string, and we're going to create a new one that just passes from integer. Integer. We don't really need to worry about. It's like, are we coming and adding? That's all good. And we want a integer. Now here's the thing. An integer can be null. We have to be very careful about that. This is only wanting an int. Well, in that case, fuck it. We're just passing an int. No, integer is what we want. We're passing an integer. We treat it like an integer. So for overhead compensation in overhead compensation, get values. So this is going to cycle through all of them, and then we're just going to return if text equals compensation get index, return compensation. Simples. Yes, because we want to do it. Oops, sorry, we need to do it from the index, not from the actual value. So we should rename this, rather than pass from integer, pass from index. Because while the index is an integer, we are not doing the whole caboodle. We are just passing from index. And that should then allow us to pass in this. Oh no, I'm falling over my own self here. There we go. So we're playing a little bit of 3D chess, but that should all be good. Psychetic asks, what's y'all's favorite and least favorite unseen sculpt? I don't have one, but I know these sculpt. I do not like the look of the original Locust. I think the original Locust is an ugly mini. I don't know if it's unseen, but the flea just looks like a shoebox on legs. Those are my opinions. Enjoy them or not. Okay, so here we just need to get rid of this entirely. Actually, no, we don't, because what we're going to do is overhead compensation. Compensation equals overhead compensation. Pass from index I. And I is a standard form for index, so I don't need to rename it, but I'm gonna. And then we're just gonna return get label. There you go. And that saves us having to rewrite a whole bunch of stuff. The Locust would be better if it had jump jets. Here is my thing. Am I the only person who misremembers? Am I the only person who misremembers the Commando having jump jets? And I think Pink Bully's trying to say that not using I is heresy. Yeah, I is fairly standard for index, but I think in that case it actually stood I for integer, which is not great. What are we doing here? 4, okay. It looks like we're using this a lot in this class, so rather than just accessing it the way we are, we're actually going to import it at the class level. And that was just going to clean these things up, because if we're using it in a whole bunch of places, we might as well just import them at class level. Because looking at this, we have a lot. Okay, that looks actually looks like it's not being used. It is just me being dumb, and there's a whole bunch of deprecated stuff still living in ATB contact. Yeah, see, here's the thing. I just, for some reason, and I don't know if it was maybe MechWarrior Online, I don't know, but for some reason my brain just says that there are jump jet give me a second, because we're just going to simplify this a hell of a lot. There we go. Where else are you being used at this point? That's fine, we can leave that as is. Psychetic says they just launched a nightly from a couple of days ago and noticed something new in the top left-hand corner of the HQ. Yes! Yeah, it's our updated planetary. Well, the whole top bar has been updated. But the fun little planetary view in the top left-hand corner is really cool. I really like that. So I know we're running over today, and that's okay, but I want to try and get us to a point where contract is done, because that means tomorrow we can move on to ATB contract. So where are we? This can absolutely move into abstract. Now, one of the changes we could do would be to stop this being stored as an index and change it to being stored as just the enum value, and that would be better. But again, we're trying to limit the number of changes that we're making. Okay. Is this used by ATB as well? It is not. Okay. But ATB will need it. So this needs to move here. So where are our utility stuff? Here we go. So we're going to move this over. A lot of this is not going to stay here. Wait, no, if ATB... Oh, no. No, I think it can stay here. I think this is okay. Because we're going to move everything over and then start readjusting stuff. Did we just move that over? We didn't. Yes, that can go. Get current salvage percent. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Convenience overload. Does that mean we have in here? We don't. Interesting. Oh, it's overloading that. Okay. This stuff can all go into ATB contract. Not ATB contract, what am I talking about? Abstract contract. I see Tyrus is enjoying their Flash Fried and Bandit emotes. Reading through all this. So my thing here is a lot of this stuff we're going to move over because I would rather move too much stuff over and then have to put it back later than to be reserved. Oh, Bandit's leaping into his... Okay. So all this, we're going to shift over. And then we can override it later. Do we have any errors? We do. What are we missing? Okay, so transport stuff is specifically wanting contract. So that's going to cause us a problem, but that's okay for now. Let's have a look over here. We have no errors here, just a couple of overrides. That's good. This is what we're wanting. Anything hiding at the bottom? No. Okay, so this is good. Now, in theory, because we've moved so much stuff over, we should now be able to have this equal abstract without it causing too many problems. We do need to fix this, though. There we go, and that should resolve that. Now, we're breaking a lot of things now. Yeah, we're hitting a point now where we're starting to see the big structural changes take place. So, for example, mission can now be abstract contract. This is going to be a problem because did we fly too close to the sun? I think we might have done a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to back out. We're going to undo those changes. Add them back in. Let's create ourselves a break point here. What are we breaking? So what we're going to do is we're going to break the chain of interdependency later. Let's focus first on setting up the classes. Oh, that is a whoops-a-doodles. There we go. Okay, we're getting a little bit further than we did last time, so I think we're okay now. But because we're not breaking the chain of independence, we can actually go back to moving across that big chunk of code that we were going to a minute ago. There we go. Okay, we're seeing as we booted it up, we're going to boot up into a contract just to make sure everything's clunking along so far. But I think we're basically done now with contract. The issue we're facing is that everything is so tightly wound together regarding contracts, missions into contracts into ATB contract, we're going to have a bit of a struggle breaking that chain because it's so tightly wound. It's going to be doable. It's just that what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to worry about breaking the chain after we've got abstract contracts fully set up. Actually, we haven't started a pirate campaign. Let's just see if that works. And because while as I say, I would like to break that interdependency, I think right now it is more important. Okay, see, here's the problem. So we're going to start a new campaign and see if that's just a one-off. But that's why I wanted to try pirates. So I just wanted to check to make sure that there's not anything problematic. So we're going to go back into veteran and we'll start a mercenary. Because that little message we got a second ago, that is not a good message. Yeah, okay, so we're getting the error message here as well. So let's start a new campaign. And we're going to start with another faction. But I think something somewhere is broken. We are the Magicracy of Canopus. Okay, so at this point we know that we've utterly bricked MekHQ, but that's okay. That's kind of what we're expecting. Like, this is not going to be smooth. So let's go to the logs and see what the problem is. And it's probably going to be something relatively simple in the grand scheme of things. Green text. Oh, it's because I fucked up the unum. I always... Give me a second. It's telling me that I didn't create the resource bundle, which I think I did. I think I did. Did I not create the resource bundle? Where is overhead? Wait a second. I didn't create the resource bundle. I just accidentally deleted aggression. All right, let's do that. So we'll just copy this and we'll just go ahead and go back to aggression. We'll just undo that. It's fine. All right, so that explains our bricking. I'm no longer concerned. So at this point, I feel like we're pretty clear going. So we're gonna go back over here, and all of these non-overloaded methods, we're gonna go through and we're gonna copy them across. I'm seeing a lot of C's in here, so we're gonna have to rename some variables, but that's okay. Okay, what errors are we dealing with? That's the first start. Okay, it doesn't look like... It says we've got 8 errors, but I'm not seeing the errors. Here, if we start with... Let's just force it to tell us. Oh, Tiris says that they missed what we're working on. I do apologize for not replying soon, Tiris. I'm quite deep in the trenches. We are, yes, exactly what you said. We are putting in the groundwork for contact market shenanigans, but not just contract market, not just contract market shenanigans, but we're completely rewriting everything to do with contracts, generation, negotiation, like travel will probably get touched. The market is getting completely rewritten. How you can manually create and edit contracts, it's all getting redone. But we didn't have any errors, so that is a good sign. So if we look at where we are now in contracts, it is itsy bitsy compared to where it is. Now that does mean abstract contract is no longer itsy bitsy, it's chonky wonky. I do apologize for my phone going off in the background. We have just put a deposit down on our new home, and so everybody's celebrating. So this abstract contract is no longer incy bincy, it's now chonky wonky, but that's okay, because our priority right now is moving stuff over. Then we'll make it tidy. The overall intention is that most of these methods will actually be completely empty, and then we'll just move them back over to contract. The reason why we're doing this right now is it allows us to get a sense for what the issues are and how the interdependency is actually working. So let's go ahead and we're just going to go and rename some of these variables. We're just going to do a quick clean sweep, because at this point we're done for what I want to do today. I don't want to start on ATB contract today. That would be a mistake. Now, if you are thinking, oh, I just turned up, Liani's stopping, don't worry, I still have the surprise coming. Now, I've mentioned this already, this is not a MekHQ or MegaMek related surprise, but if you bear with me, all I need to do is just rename a few bits and bobs, and then I can get I can prepare the surprise. Actually, I can do. We'll do it this way. So here's the example of the classic C, which could mean anything. In this case, it means campaign. Could also mean contract. But the surprise is as much of a surprise. Oh God, what's going on here? As it is also a test, because I need to make sure it's all going to work. I tested it already, and it should work, but should work and actually working are not the same thing. And then just while I'm going through here and renaming some variables, if you're listening, you're enjoying what's going on and you want to hear more, then definitely hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, you know where subscribe lives, you know where the bell lives, you know what you need to do. Everybody tells you to do it. So how about now? Shazam. Okay, so one last thing I want to do before we prepare the surprise is I want to... no, that's going to break. Okay, I want to go to abstract, and I just want to see if we're going to get any errors in this class. I know we're going to get errors in a whole bunch of other classes, but right now I just want to see if we have any errors in contract. If we don't, we're in the green. There are none. There are 79 errors on the rest of the code base, but right now there are none in this, and that's okay. So we're going to get back, restore the chain of succession. Alrighty, so for this, I'm going to want to close down okay, so bear with me. This is going to take a couple of moments for me to set up. I have to remember how it all works. Okay, so things are clunking along in the background. Okay, it's updating. These things have to update, of course. I promise it'll be exciting. I could go away. Go. And I'm hoping it works. I asked before, just while we're waiting for everything to clunk into place, like, you know, are you guys looking forward to this weekend, the release of 51.0? If you've only just joined us, Hammer told it all. this weekend, there is a date that is important to the Blakists, and that is the date in which we are releasing 51.0. How many stars are in a company level formation for the clans? There are 3. It is a binary, although technically it could also be a trinary. Sorry, it could be a trinary or binary. Both are effectively company level. It just depends on how many stars are in there. But a trinary is pretty standard. Trinary or binary, as the name might suggest. Okay. So, it's booting up. Okay, just making sure everything's clunking in place, because I don't want to just send you into the void. Okay, it's loading. So how about we switch over? It looks like I need to reconnect the source. That doesn't surprise me. Shazam. So this is what we're going to be doing during our post-release break. Shout out in chat as soon as you realize what it is. Razvan RXC says, what are we coding here, buddy? Well, right now, we aren't coding anything because we've just finished for the day. And I'm showing off the surprise for what we're going to be doing during our vacation after this major release comes out. But what were we doing earlier? We were doing a complete rewrite for... what's the word? A complete rewrite for all contract-related data. But yes, as you can see here, during our vacation, we will not be taking a break from streaming, but we will instead be streaming Xenonauts 2. You asked for it, I bought it, you get it. And it's probably very, very loud. So let me just go in ahead and lower the volume on that. I need to switch back to OBS. Just squeeze that down a little bit. Yes, it is. There we go. And Razvan RC has followed. Thank you very much for the follow. I know you've only just joined us, but I hope you are enjoying what we're doing. Razvan RXC says the first time seeing us. Yes, no, we are basically on here most days, and I'm glad you found the stream. You're a software engineer too? Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so as I said, this is part. Does MekHQ rate our hiring calls? It does, yes. So as I said earlier, this is part surprise to reveal what we're going to be doing while we're having a break, but also part test. So what we're going to do, we're going to launch into a new game and just make sure everything doesn't clunk to a screaming halt. Blah, 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 cutscene. We'll watch that when we actually do this for real. So right now, we're not doing anything exciting. We are just going to go in and test to make sure the missions will work and that it's actually going to stream properly and that my computer isn't going to catch fire. If my computer does catch fire, we have a backup. So MekHQ is built with Java. This is not MekHQ. Like I've said, we are going to be... we are preparing for the release of version 51.0 of MekHQ, which is what we're developing. And but because we're getting prepared for the next major release, which is this weekend, once that release comes out and the post-release period is over, I get to have 2 weeks off. And so what we're doing now is we're just testing what I'm hoping to be streaming during my 2 weeks off. But normally we're doing a whole lot of MegaMek development. You can see for all our VODs and the YouTube channel, it's all mostly MegaMek stuff. So I have noticed load times are a bit chunky. I don't know if that's Xenonauts 2 or my computer. Could be a mixture of both. But it worked fine when I was testing off stream. But as I say, if this turns into a complete shit show on screen, that's fine. That's not a problem. What we will do is we'll just go back to Xenonauts 1 instead. Now, something I have noticed is sometimes the tutorial just doesn't show up. But that's fine because we don't really care about the tutorial. Pink Billy says they are somewhat longer than you expect, and also on PC, yeah. That tracks. But yeah, something I have noticed, it does seem to be a bug that sometimes the tutorial just doesn't show up. And I know it's not my computer because I also tested it on my Windows laptop, and it did the same there too. So it just seems that sometimes the event that should trigger the tutorial just doesn't. But that's not my problem. You have to pass time to cause tutorial start? Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Well, see, this is the thing. You guys have played the Knots 2 from what you're telling me, and I'm interested to enjoy this with you because I really enjoyed the Knots 1. So will be interesting to see. Like, I will tell you, during my testing, I had one turn, immediately accidentally shot one of my guys in the back of the head, and got two achievements, one for killing someone, and one for shooting my own man. Sorry, one for losing someone, one for shooting my own man. So I currently have 3 achievements. I killed 1 alien, one of my own guys, and then quit. So we are going to skip past all of this because we are going to watch it properly when we play properly. We're going to place a base. We're in Antarctica. There we go. Oh, yeah, whatever. Go away. Don't care. So I'd say all of this we will read and pay attention to properly once we are in a situation to read it. But right now, we literally just wanted to start a scenario. Don't care. And make sure the scenarios all work. Everything so far seems to be doing good. So we'll just fast forward. But we're just going to go into a scenario, and then we'll just play a turn and then quit out. And we just make sure everything's running smoothly, because the last thing I want to do is for us to get all excited for playing Xenonauts 2 during my vacation, only for it to simply not work. That would be bad. But again, if it doesn't work, I already have Xenonauts 1 Community Edition all prepped up, and that will absolutely run on this computer. Xenonauts asks, when do we get the Mackie in X2? Who knows? PS359 says that they own Xenonauts 1, but not 2. Speaking of owning, is the Xenonauts... Actually, yeah, is the Xenonauts music still really loud, or is it okay now? I just want to make sure that okay, now it's good. Okay, cool. Yeah, basically it resets the audio balance that I set up during my test. It reset it. So I think OBS is doing that thing where it just forgets stuff if I don't have it on the computer, but that's fine. That's easy enough to fix. So it looks like when we do play this, you guys are going to have to get used to hearing my voice a lot as I blabber on, trying to fill space where we wait for the missions to start. Okay, don't care, go away. Okay. So everything seems to be working. Let's go here. Open. Okay, it's a little bit laggy on the movement, but I feel like we can deal with that. I can lower some graphics. Yeah. Oh no, I don't think it's laggy. It's just takes a bit. Okay. Okay, that all seems good. Okay, yeah, I would say that should be good enough. It's not going to be the best. Like, I'm not... It'll be better once I have my new computer after we've moved. But so far, seems to work. So, yeah, okay. But yeah, so that's what we're going to play while I'm on vacation. Because I have to take a vacation away from the project. I work 12-hour days most days to give you the high quality experience that I want to give you guys. So it takes a while, and like you know, it takes a lot of my energy. So I have to take time off after releases to recharge after I'll burn out. But I didn't want to just leave you guys with nothing on during the week. So I don't know that I'll be streaming as much during my vacation, but I'll be streaming for a couple of hours each week. We'll do like a mission or two. We'll just hang out, play some Xenonauts 2 and just have a bit of a laugh. And if we're enjoying it, then Xenonauts 2 will probably be our go-to game during vacations, because I really enjoyed the first one and I think we can enjoy the second. I'd also like to try out Mech Engineer. I think that could be fun as well. But we'll do Xenonauts 2 this time. But yeah, so we have had a fantastic start. We managed to create abstract contract. We've moved all of the code out of mission and contract into abstract contract. We are setting ourselves up in a position for tomorrow. We will do the exact same for ATB contract. Now, I will just come up and show you this now. So if I switch back to IntelliJ, I know we're starting on the end, but I'll switch back to this. Scroll all the way down to the bottom. ATB contract alone is 2,500 lines, if you see at the bottom here. So ATB contract is going to be... This is the one I'm scared of. It's going to take a while to go through there, and there's a lot of code in ATB contract that's only relevant to ATB contract. And that's fine, but the goal is going to be to move as much of that out of ATB contract and into abstract contract. Then we can move stuff back over as necessary. Basically, we'll be looking for stuff that isn't overloaded, and then go from there. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Some of the stuff I will do off screen, but the majority is going to be on screen. Psychotic says, should I generate my founders with attached units? I would not, because they will take it when they leave. Because the neck belongs to the character, not to the campaign. So I would recommend don't use that option, because yeah, if they leave, they will take their mech with them, and if you don't have a mech, you have to pay them the value of the mech. It's an old option. I'm not entirely sure I particularly like it. I wouldn't have implemented it that way myself. Psychotic says, oh, on that note, will the unit/personnel generate attached units? No. When we rewrote the personnel market, I made the admittedly unpopular, but I still believe it was necessary, decision to separate the units market and the personnel market. So that you go to unit market if you want units, you go to the personnel market if you want people. The reason why I did this was it allowed us to better replicate the market conditions of the inner sphere, and it meant that we just weren't crossing the streams when it comes to programming and availability and all that good stuff. Because for mech warriors, for example, if we had them appearing with units, we basically end up in a situation where mechs become more frequent than the unit market would intend. And if the unit market spawned people with units, then that personnel category would be more frequent than we intend. Once we get the advanced character builder set up, which is an end of next year target, the advanced character builder is going to be the main project after this project. But once we get that set up, you will see a return of attached units, but how that's exactly going to work is to be determined. So I can't say how that's going to work, and it won't work how it used to work. So the intention is for it to come back, but I can't give you any details because I am the developer and I don't have those details yet. But we are coming to an end. Tira says a Time of War has very complex rules for pre-owning a unit. Yes, I am very aware of those rules. We will. Again, I'm not going to go into any details yet because I don't have those details. I don't want to tell you a thing's going to work one way and then it ultimately not work that way, because that just creates confusion. So we are going to end our wonderful little adventure through some of the darkest depths of the code base today. Thank you everybody who joined me. We will be streaming tomorrow, so we get the daytime stream, which is pure development. We'll be continuing this project. And then we have the evening where we actually be playing MekHQ. The continuing adventures of the Scrotorious Bastards. If you haven't already, please hit that follow, subscribe if you're feeling spicy. And if you're on YouTube, hit the bell, hit the subscribe. You know how it all works. But until tomorrow, oh, and if you're not sure when we stream, the schedule is in the schedule place. But until tomorrow, I am going to go away. I'm going to have myself a nice chicken salad for dinner tonight. Going to walk the dogs, hang out with my cat, who is currently fast asleep, and otherwise just chill, because this weekend is release weekend, and I hope you're all looking forward to it. So until then, farewell.